Socialist Vision / edited by Stephen Rosskamm. Shalom *. Edited by Stephen Rosskamm. Shalom. Table of Contents. Contributors 9. Introduction 1. Stephen Rosskamm. Shalom. iPolitics. A Socialist Democracy for the United States. 1. Herbert Gintis. On the Limits of a Productivist Vision of Socialist Politics. 35. Isaac D. Balbus. Form versus Substance in Socialist Democracy. 45. Paula Rothenberg. Rejoinder. 51. Herbert Gintis. 2. The Built Environment. Capitalism, Socialism, and the Built Environment. 59. Dolores Hayden. Environmental Pluralism and the Socialist Visions. 82. Gwendolyn Wright. Participatory Socialism and the Built Environment. 87. Robert Goodman. A View from the Northeast. 91. Martin Beerbaum. Rejoinder. 95. Dolores Hayden. 3. Race and Nationalism. The Third Reconstruction, Black Nationalism and 101 Race, Asians after the Revolution. Inning Marable *ND Class in Marable's Third Reconstruction. 128. Tiffany Patterson. Nationalism and Pessimism. 132. William K. Tabb. Response and Self-Critique. 138. Manning Marable. 4. The Division of Labor. Looking Forward, Letters from Luke, Jane and Runya. 147. 20 years after the Revolution begins. Joan Greenbaum and Laird Cummings. Socialism is What You Make It, a response to Looking Forward. 164. Jeremy Brecker. Ongoing Rank and File Control, the One Effective 175 Weapon Against Bureaucrats in Any Society. Stan Weir. Rejoinder. 186. Joan Greenbaum and Laird Cummings. V. Family and Sex Roles. The Family, What Holds Us, What Hurts Us. 191. The Family in Socialist America. Lois Rita Helmbold and Amber Hollibaugh. Lust at Last. 223. Fallon Herman. Black Family Structures, Foundations for the Future. 231. Gloria 1. Joseph. Rejoinder. 240. Lois Rita Helmbold. What Holds Us and What Hurts Us, A Last Word. 242. Amber Hollibaugh. 6. The Economy. Participatory Planning. 247. Michael Albert and Robin Honnell. Socialism and the Market. 275. Michael Harrington. The Council Model of Decentralized Planning, A Critical Analysis. 279. Carmen J. Siriani. Rejoinder. 287. Michael Albert and Robin Honnell. Suggested Readings. 295. FYFTEMIL#NI. Contributors. Michael Albert is the co-author of, among other works, Marxism and Socialist Theory and Socialism Today and Tomorrow. He is a member of the South End Press Collective. Isaac D. Balbus teaches political theory at the University of Illinois at Chicago and is the author of The Dialectics of Legal Repression, Black Rebels Before the American Criminal Courts, which was co-winner of the 1974 C. Wright Mills Prize of the Society for the Study of Social Problems, as well as Marxism and Domination, a neo-Hegelian, feminist, psychoanalytic theory of sexual, political, and technological liberation. Martin Beerbaum is an attorney and planner and director of the Urban Studies Program, Rutgers University, University College, Newark. He has written articles for Shelter Force, a national housing publication which he helped found. He is currently working on a study of the impact of the Reagan domestic program on the city of Newark as an associate of the Woodrow Wilson School, Princeton University. Jeremy Brecker is the author of Strike, Common Sense for Hard Times, and most recently, Brass Valley. Laird Cummings is computer systems manager for a nonprofit agency in New York. He is active in the Citizens Party. Herbert Gintis is professor of economics at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. He is co-author with Samuel Bowles of Schooling in Capitalist America, and is presently completing a book on the current economic crisis of advanced capitalism, focusing on the relationship between the state and economy. He is a member of the Union for Radical Political Economics, and book review editor of the Review of Political Economics. Robert Goodman is an urban planner, an architect, and the author of The Last Entrepreneurs, America's Regional Wars for Jobs and Dollars and After the Planners. He currently teaches urban planning and architecture at Columbia University. Joan Greenbaum, author of / and the Name of Efficiency, teaches data processing and economics at LaGuardia Community College. She has been active for many years in the Union of Radical Political Economics. She lives with her children in New York City. 9. Robin Hahnel teaches economics at American University in Washington, D.C. He is co-author of, among other works, Marxism and Socialist Theory and Socialism Today and Tomorrow. Michael Harrington is the author of Socialism and numerous other works. He is the chairperson of Democratic Socialists of America. Dolores Hayden is professor of urban planning at UCLA and Ehidiox Hovoy 7 American Utopias, The Architecture of Communitarian Socialism, 1790–1975 and the Grand Domestic Revolution, A History of Feminist Designs for American Homes, Neighborhoods, and Cities. Lois Rita Helmbold is an intermittently employed college teacher and long-term political activist. She is currently teaching American history and women's studies at Ohio State University. She is working on a book on black and white working-class women's methods of surviving the last depression, while trying to make it through this one herself. Ellen Herman is a socialist feminist lesbian activist and a member of the South End Press Collective. Amber Hollibaugh is a writer now living in New York. She is an editor of forms, i.e., the mix that maximally fosters the extension of formally and substantively representative political structures to all areas of social life, cannot be determined a priori but rather must be based on the size of the political community, the nature of the decisions they must make, and the time people are willing to spend in political pursuits. 5. A more participatory mix, and thus a more substantively representative political system, than the prevailing one in liberal democracies such as the United States requires a shift of decision-making power from federal and toward local community government. Decentralized decision-making is the prerequisite for the widespread, effective participation essential for the personal development of the citizenry and thus for a substantively representative political system. At first glance it would appear that Gintis has set forth an argument that equitably balances the respective claims of representative and participatory democracy. But this is not, in fact, the case. A close reading of his argument reveals that he has instead overwhelmingly privileged the claims of representative democracy over those of participatory democracy, and b. that the privilege accorded to the former is nowhere adequately defended and is, in fact, entirely arbitrary. The priority placed on representative democracy is evident, to begin with, in the fact that both of the criteria in the light of which the democratic socialist character of political arrangements is determined invoke the concept of representation, rather than participation. An authentically democratic socialist political system must be simultaneously formally and substantively representative. But this choice of exclusively representative criteria on which, as we shall see, his subsequent argument and its conclusions entirely depend is ungrounded in the overriding assumption about the nature of politics from which he proceeds. It does not in fact follow from the assumption that politics is a medium of need formation and not just a mechanism of 38 socialist visions. Need implementation that politics should be evaluated in the light of representative instead of participatory criteria. Indeed, it would appear that exactly the opposite should be the case, if politics is, first and foremost, a realm within which human needs are created. Rather than merely represented, one would think that a commitment to political democracy would entail an overriding commitment not to representative, but rather to participatory criteria. I shall return to this problem below. What should be clear at this point is that the relationship of Gintis' second proposition to his first proposition is simply that of a non sequitur. Consider next his argument on behalf of the principle of formal representation. It consists almost entirely in an effort to persuade us that representatives should be bound bv the will, or felt needs, rather than the imputed interests, of their constituents. Thus it takes entirely for granted precisely what needs to be demonstrated, namely that representative political arrangements /OMW exist, i.e., that political decisions that directly affect the life chances of individuals should not be made by the affected individuals but rather by those whom they elect to represent them. This may, in fact, be a defensible argument, but nowhere in Gintis' essay does he even attempt to make it. Instead, we are obliged to infer what this argument might look like. From what he proposes as the criteria for the determination of the proper mix of representative and participative political arrangements, the size of the political community, the nature of the decisions they must make, and the time people are willing to spend on political pursuits. It seems reasonable to assume, then, that one of his arguments in favor of the inevitability of representative arrangements would be that large-scale political communities demand them, that, as the author of the work on which he relies so heavily has argued, severe upper limits are set on effective participation in democratic decisions by the sheer number of persons involved. This may be correct, but, if so, it leads as easily to the conclusion that participatory democracy demands small-scale political communities as it does to the conclusion that representative arrangements are inevitable. The latter conclusion would only follow from a demonstration of the inevitability of large-scale political communities. But Gintis' assertion that the vision of America as a loosely connected federation of self-governing communities is a romantic notion hardly constitutes such a demonstration. Similarly, we are entitled to infer from his reference to the willingness of people to spend time on political pursuits that he would argue that the exclusively participatory organization of these pursuits would necessarily demand a far greater expenditure of time than people would be willing to make, and thus that Balbus 39. Representative arrangements are indispensable. Once again, this may in fact be the case, but at the very least it needs to be argued. It should be noted that Dahl, who does make this argument at great length on behalf of he calls the criterion of economy, explicitly emphasizes that the fundamental assumption on which his argument is based is that individuals are rational actors for whom political involvement is a means to purely self-interested ends. Given this assumption, it makes sense to view political participation as a cost to be weighed against the benefits of other, non-political activities. But this is not the assumption from which Gintis proceeds. Rather, as we have seen, he assumes that political participation is absolutely essential for the esteem and well-being, the integrity and growth of the individual, and thus, by extension, that it should not be considered a mere cost that should be economized. This is not to say that individuals will not set limits to their involvement in even the most intrinsically rewarding political activities. There are, after all, other intrinsically rewarding activities besides politics, but rather simply to suggest that a socialist case for the inherent incompatibility between these limits and the demands of full-scale participatory democracy would be considerably more difficult to make than the case that is made by Dahl. And Gintis simply does not make it. Finally, the implications of his reference to the nature of the decisions they must make are less clear, but, in the light of what he says elsewhere in his essay, I think we can take this to mean that he believes that the disposition of at least some political issues is inevitably beyond the competence of the ordinary citizen and should therefore devolve into the hands of their expert representatives. Thus he argues that a representative structure is a provisional delegation of authority, and hence a recognition that certain decisions are most effectively rendered through a centralized structure, and certain individuals are better equipped, by virtue of inclination, training, personal qualities, or clarity of political vision, to make them. But this appeal to what Dahl calls the criterion of competence to justify the necessity of representative democracy is vulnerable to the objection that the disparities in political competence that it takes as a given are in fact the result of the absence of widespread and effective participation rather than an inherent limit to its extension. In other words, Gintis simply fails to take seriously enough his own argument about the way in which political capacities and knowledge are generated through political participation, and thus the possibility that an equalization of political participation might well produce an equalization of political competence. In short, Gintis has not even made, let alone proven, A case for the inevitability of representative democracy. The case that can be inferred. 40. From his related remarks, moreover, is far from compelling. And, I should add, a more compelling case would necessarily entail a serious consideration of what he does not even mention, namely the powerful objections to the possibility/desirability of authentical representative political institutions that have been registered by Rousseau, Michels, and the anarchists, among others. Now let us examine his argument on behalf of the principle of substantive representation. As we have seen, the importance that Gintis attaches to this principle signals his awareness that politics is a realm of need formation and that a socialist politics should therefore contribute to the formation of socialist needs. What must be emphasized at this point is that the privilege that he has granted to the criterion of representation obliges him to assign this function of socialist need formation to the structures of representative democracy. A substantively representative structure is a political system that so fosters the growth of interests and political capacities in individuals that a formally representative system leads to the satisfaction of their needs for esteem and well-being. It is true, as we have also seen, that Gintis goes on to argue that widespread political participation is essential for the growth of interests and political capacities in individuals and thus that it is an indispensable means to the end of a substantively representative system. But it nevertheless remains a means to an external end, rather than an end in itself. The proper mix of primary, representative, and committee organization must be chosen according to circumstance to meet this need of substantive representation. And, once he has relegated participatory democracy to this instrumental function, he can of course face with equanimity the fact that the circumstances to which he alludes, the inevitability of large-scale political communities, complex decisions that certain individuals are better equipped to make, and significant limits on the time and energy available for political pursuits all militate against its extension. Thus what appears, at first blush, as an argument on behalf of a balanced partnership between representative and participatory democracy is in fact an argument that assigns to the latter the role of a decidedly junior partner. And, like most junior partners, its future is, at best, uncertain. Further reflection reveals that this effort to subordinate participatory democracy to representative democracy through the concept of substantive representation is beset by a profound internal contradiction. According to the logic of this concept, participatory democracy is essential for the growth of interests and capacities, i.e., the development of individuals, without which the formally representative system will be unable to ensure the satisfaction of their needs for esteem and well-being, i.e., their development. Now, if participatory Balbus 41 politics is already conducive to the development of individuals, is there any reason to assign this function of enhancing individual development to representative politics, save for the fact that the inevitability and primacy of the latter has been assumed from the very outset? The only possible answer is that political participation is a necessary but insufficient medium for individual development, and that it must be complemented by the distinctive contribution to individual development that representatives alone are able to make. But the assumption that representatives are uniquely able to make a contribution to the development of their constituents that the latter are unable to make for themselves implies that representatives are in a position to know something about the requisites of individual development of which the individuals themselves are unaware, i.e., it implies knowledge of the real needs or objective interests of their constituents. Gintis has informed us, however, that a desirable political structure represents not people's interests, but their wills, because the consequences of objective interest representation are inherently elitist and manipulative. Thus the only argument that can save the idea of a substantively representative, formally representative system from redundancy is one that by his own indirect admission makes this idea repressive. The difficulties that plague the concept of substantive representation are, at bottom, merely the difficulties of a concept of politics that has been distorted by the mirror of production. As we have seen, Gintis defines politics as the conscious project of reproducing or transforming those social relations and organizational forms which regulate social life. Thus, although his insistence that politics is an important realm of human need formation indicates his theoretical distance from an orthodox Marxism that consigns need formation exclusively to the realm of production, he nevertheless retains a productivist model of the way in which human needs are formed within the political realm, just as Marx conceptualizes natural forms as the objects of the transformative projects of laboring subjects, so Gintis conceptualizes social relations and organizational forms as the objects of the transformative projects of political subjects. This conceptualization, in turn, allows him to assign developmental functions to representatives whose decision-making is understood to transform the social relations and organizational forms of their constituents. If, in contrast, we were to repudiate his subordination of politics to the model of making and conceptualize it instead as collective interaction within which individual development is contingent on a process of mutual recognition in which the self only develops insofar as it is recognized by another self whose selfhood it likewise recognizes, then we would be obliged to conclude that the 42 developmental functions can only be assigned to the process of participation itself. It is, after all, only through participation that mutual recognition can be achieved. But this conclusion leads, of course, to a commitment to the primacy of participatory democracy over representative democracy. To put this another way, Gintis is only able to reconcile his assumption that politics is a realm of need formation with his commitment to the primacy of representative democracy over participatory democracy at the cost of a productivist model of politics that mystifies rather than clarifies the way in which individual needs are or should be formed in collective interaction. There is yet another way in which his commitment to Marxist categories limits his political vision. I have already referred to his recognition that the possibilities for widespread participatory democracy are predicated on a radical decentralization of decision-making from federal and toward local community government. What Gintis fails to recognize, however, is that meaningful political decentralization demands an equally radical demographic decentralization, the destruction of the megalopolis and the creation of relatively self-sufficient small-scale communities that is, in turn, contingent on a profound technological transformation from large-scale, centralized, energy-depleting technologies to small-scale, decentralized, alternative technologies. As Ivan Illich has argued, participatory democracy postulates low-energy technology in particular and alternative technology in general. But Gintis appears to endorse modern technology without qualification, and, in any event, any preference for alternative technology that he might profess cannot, I argue elsewhere, be reconciled with his underlying Marxist commitment to the appropriation and transformation of nature, i.e., to a practice that treats non-human nature as a pure object of unlimited human manipulation rather than as a subject in its own right whose claims human subjects are obliged to respect. A primary commitment to widespread, meaningful participatory democracy thus demands that we call into question not only the extension of Marx's fundamental category of objectification to the realm of politics but also objectification itself as a mode of interaction between the human and non-human elements of the ecosystem as a whole. It is the failure of Gintis to call this category into question, I would suggest, that ultimately accounts for his failure to make participatory democratic politics anything more than an important adjunct to representative political arrangements. Finally, Gintis is to be commended for his recognition that a commitment to democracy demands the elimination of patriarchy and the sexual division of labor in child rearing and nurturance in which it is rooted. What he does not seem to understand, however, is that this transformation will undoubtedly eliminate the very objectification of Balbus 43. Nature to which he is also committed. Elsewhere I demonstrate that the symbolization of nature as an object that must be dominated by an ostensibly separate subject is generated in the nuclear form of mother-monopolized child rearing, and that the emergence of authentic forms of shared parenting establishes the necessary unconscious basis for a post-objectifying symbolization of nature and the technologies that are its materialization. The struggle against patriarchy and the form of child rearing that reproduces it is as essential to the struggle for alternative technology as the struggle for alternative technology is to the struggle for participatory democracy. The removal of Marxist theoretical blinders thus makes possible not only an enhanced appreciation of the necessity of participatory democracy but also, and perhaps for the first time, an understanding of both the psychological and the technological requisites for its eventual realization. This interpretation is confirmed by Gintis' insistence that the capitalist economy is the primary obstacle to transforming formal into substantive democracy in the state. It follows from this thesis that after the economy has been transformed, and even in the absence of widespread political participation, we should expect representative structures to be far more substantively representative than they are now. This can only mean that there are other means of enhancing substantive representation besides participatory democracy. If, in other words, most of the shortcomings of liberal democracy are not due to its own failings, but that of the rest of society, then the absence of participatory democracy must be less significant than the presence of capitalist environmental factors in making the formally representative system less substantively representative than it otherwise would be. Form versus substance in socialist democracy. Paula Rothenberg. It is, of course, no accident that most Americans fail to identify socialism with freedom. But this is not, as Gintis suggests, primarily because most socialist societies have not been democratic. This explanation, in effect, begs the question by accepting uncritically the ideologically loaded liberal democratic definition of democracy as primarily procedural or formal in nature rather than substantive. This emphasis on procedure and insistence on identifying the most basic rights and liberties with abstract intellectual freedoms has prevented most Americans from recognizing the advances made by socialist societies in extending basic human rights to their populations, namely, the rights to adequate housing, nutrition, medical care, and education, and the right to grow old with dignity free from fear of want. It is particularly important then that socialists challenge the bourgeois definition of democracy and expose it for what it is, a definition that serves to pacify a population in a society where 20% of the population controls 77% of the wealth. In lieu of economic democracy, Americans are encouraged to prize freedom of the press, freedom of speech, and a host of other political and intellectual freedoms which are robbed of their content by the unequal distribution of wealth and power in America. It is no accident that Americans have been taught to define both freedom and democracy in a way that leaves that unequal distribution of wealth unchallenged and obscures the advances of socialist countries that have made significant strides toward the kind of democratic society that comes with economic justice. Further, while the acceptance of a narrow, class-biased definition of democracy has been a major obstacle to the growth of an American socialist movement, it is accompanied by other difficulties as well. Among the most serious is the belief held by Americans that socialism is impractical because people will only work if motivated by the prospect of personal gain or threatened by the prospect of personal loss. To the extent that they do identify socialism with some concern for 45. 46. Equality of condition and with a rejection of the profit motive, they regard it as hopelessly incompatible with human nature as defined by capitalism. Further, and equally serious, is the secondary definition of freedom foisted upon us by capitalism, the freedom to consume endlessly and mindlessly, and the need to seek our sense of self and self-definition in that process. And finally, the related reality that capitalism has actually created needs and natures in people that can only be fulfilled by capitalism, so that in seeking to satisfy their own deeply felt needs they actually replicate them. Once we define the obstacles to socialism in America in this way, we see that the problem that confronts us is not merely encouraging Americans to use socialism as the extension of democracy to various aspects of life, as Gintis defines it. Rather, we are confronted by the need for a sweeping redefinition of democracy and freedom and a re-evaluation of the criteria for determining basic human needs and basic human rights. The picture of contemporary America that emerges from the Gintis essay is of a society with fundamentally sound and defensible values and structures which has been subverted by capitalism. What we need to do is reclaim those values and structures. He argues, for example, that most of the shortcomings of liberal democracy are not due to its own failings, but that of the rest of the society, and that a socialist movement in America would require no radical break with the cultural and political traditions of our society. But this perspective seriously oversimplifies the problems we face by failing either to recognize or properly emphasize the tendencies in American society that will consistently subvert the realization of the very tasks that Gintis rightly posits for American socialism. Indeed, some or all of these tasks may be all but unrealizable within the premises of the political practice he envisions. The strength of Gintis' discussion of socialist political practice and structures lies in its emphasis on the dialectical relationship between the individual and society, and its awareness that politics produces people as well as decisions. At the heart of his vision of socialist America is the idea first generated within the women's movement, that we must extend our notion of politics beyond government to include relations in all aspects of social life. According to his vision, the tasks that confront American socialism then will involve expanding and extending democratic political practice to work, the family, and the state. To this end, Gintis offers us an exciting vision of a society where politics must be both formally and substantively representative as well as participatory. So far, so good. The difficulty arises when he insists that the role of leadership within such a system is to represent not people's interests but their wills. Precisely because politics produces. Rothenberg 47. People as well as decisions, the needs expressed by the will of the people within American socialist society may well be expected to express their needs and interests as shaped by hundreds of years of capitalism. Unless we devise a socialist political practice prepared to integrate a strong concern for participatory democracy with the need to distinguish between the subjective wants and objective interests of the participants, we will find ourselves unable to achieve the goals of a genuine socialist society. Let us turn now to examine this claim by applying it to Gintis' account of what would be entailed in democratizing work, the family, and the state. Because of limitations of space, no attempt will be made to provide a comprehensive picture of the kinds of problems that may well subvert this so-called extension of democracy to each area. Instead, some limited examples of these difficulties will be offered. Work. Capitalist politics have created people who tend to identify efficiency with the maintenance of a strict division of labor and the existence of hierarchy and patriarchal authority. Delegations of workers from United States auto plants routinely sent to observe work team models in factories in other countries usually return home expressing a preference for the existing structure of work in America. This preference may well not reflect the real interest of these workers. In fact, the democratization of the worksite proposed by Gintis may well need to be carried out against the protest of workers who have been taught to identify their interests with the patriarchal organization of the workplace and the perpetuation of divisions among workers based on race, sex, age, and skill. The difficulties with this project can be further clarified by turning our attention to the very notion of efficiency itself. Gintis argues that the demand to democratize the workplace has been significantly impeded by the widely held belief that the current organization of capitalist enterprises is the most efficient possible. He chooses to challenge this claim by arguing that democratic organization of work can be equally efficient. But the weak argument he offers, hardly more than an assertion, really is not likely to be persuasive to most workers. Basic to the issue here is the need not merely to extend the idea of democracy to the workplace but to redefine it. An important place to begin is by challenging the definition of efficiency generated within capitalism, since it is 48. This notion of efficiency that undermines the possibility of democracy. Efficient for whom? One might well ask of the current organization of work in America. The high incidence of job-related accidents and resulting deaths or long-term disability, the extensive reliance of factory workers on alcohol, barbiturates, and other drugs, the shoddy quality of products, etc. testify that capitalist production is not particularly efficient for either the worker or the consumer. What it does do efficiently is maximize the extraction of profit by maximizing the exploitation of the labor force. Unfortunately, however, both workers and consumers have been taught to identify their interests with the definition of efficiency most beneficial to the interests of the capitalist class. Family. Gintis believes that the family will be easier to reorganize than work because the challenge of transforming patriarchy is not fundamentally in politics, but in culture. Although I am not sure why this is likely to make the task easier, I am in agreement with his claim that even creating conditions of full equality outside the family is unlikely to accomplish the democratization of the family, precisely because this does not directly confront the cultural values that reproduce the sexual division of labor on which patriarchy is based. However, this recognition seems to fly in the face of the earlier claim on the part of the author that American socialism would require no radical break with the cultural traditions of the society. American culture evidences a profound patriarchal bias. Democratizing the family will require a direct challenge to American culture insofar as it is biased in terms of both patriarchy and heterosexuality. By Gintis' own account, socialist development in America must combat patriarchy by bringing about the elimination of the current sexual division of labor within the family. The problem is that this goal may well be incompatible with his insistence that politics must reflect the needs of those affected. Many women and men in America experience any challenge to prevailing sex roles as an attack on their fundamental being and will view the elimination of the current sexual division of labor within the home as incompatible with their personal happiness. The patriarchal bias of American culture will be reflected in the experienced needs and expressed wills of both women and men in socialist America. Its eradication may well require a leadership that acts in the interests of women and men by temporarily ignoring their felt needs. Rothenberg 49. The state. Gintis argues that the liberal democratic state has failed to act in the interests of citizens and workers because of the constraints placed upon it by the capitalist economy. He regards the fundamental structure of the state as compatible with socialist politics and sees the problem as one of effecting a reorganization that will increase participation. The problem with this portrayal is that it adopts a fundamentally undialectical view of the relationship between the liberal democratic state and the needs of capitalism as if the two were actually separable. But in fact the capitalist state represents the institutionalization of the interest of the ruling class, and its evolution has proceeded in step with the evolving needs and interests of the ruling class in order to minimize or suppress class conflict and facilitate capital accumulation. To be sure, certain concessions have been wrung from it in the course of class struggle, and that struggle has played a role in shaping its nature. But to acknowledge the role of class struggle does not require that we go to the extreme of portraying the liberal democratic state as if it did not institutionalize the needs and interests of the capitalist class, as if the laws, policies, practices, and procedures that comprise it were somehow neutral in the class struggle, only waiting to be grafted onto a different economic system in order to change their character entirely. Gintis portrays liberalism as encompassing two contradictory value systems, one which vests rights in persons and the other in property, and he argues that socialism must extend person rights, chief among them, civil liberties, which negate property rights and patriarchal privilege. But the protection of property rights and the maintenance of patriarchal privilege are built into the liberal democratic state, which arose, precisely, to institutionalize these forms of privileges. Neither will yield without a struggle, and it will be the job of the state under socialism to see to it that these interests are suppressed and eliminated, even when and if this runs counter to the expressed will of the people and their commitment to the very civil liberties that liberal democracy has taught them to elevate above all substantive matters. Where does this critique leave us? Gintis suggests that those who argue against recognizing bourgeois democratic freedoms under socialism play into the hands of those who equate socialism with the suppression of basic human rights and thereby preclude the development of an American socialist movement. He argues that only a socialist vision that emphasizes individual liberties and the promise that politics ought to reflect the needs of those affected will draw the support of the American people. 50. The danger in this kind of reasoning is that it allows the definition of freedom and the needs of individuals as defined by capitalism to determine the form and content of our socialist vision. And what of racism, sexism, patriarchal authority, ageism, the freedom to consume mindlessly, to choose among 110 brands of artificially sweetened breakfast cereals? Will a vision of American socialism that denies these deeply felt and warmly cherished rights and privileges appeal to the American people? And if it does not, shall we revise that vision? The dangers are clear. In conclusion, the strength of the account of politics offered by Gintis is the extent to which the practice he devises is aimed at transforming its participants and the relations among them as well as arriving at decisions, the extent to which his account emphasizes the need to create a democratic culture within which people learn and grow and develop the skills that are required to render their participation in democratic practice meaningful. What is unfortunate is that he stopped short of calling for, not merely an extension of bourgeois democratic values and practices to other spheres of life, but for its redefinition so that genuine freedom and socialism are properly understood as inseparable. Rejoinder. Herbert Jens. Isaac Balbus's central point in his discussion of my paper appears to be that I underestimate both the necessity and possibility of participatory political arrangements and overestimate the desirability of representative political arrangements. Since we clearly conceive of political practices as a medium of need formation as much as need satisfaction, he considers my position to be at best anomalous. For Balbus holds, with Robert Dahl, that the claims of representative democracy can be defended only on the fundamental assumption that individuals are rational actors for whom political involvement is a means to purely self-interested ends. I believe that Balbus is correct in noting that I have taken political participation as instrumental to need satisfaction and need development, rather than an end in itself. It is also true that I take representative democracy as an end in itself, along with personal development and satisfaction. I think it possible to argue that both participatory and representative forms are derivable from the criteria of personal need development and satisfaction. But I am not sure, and in an era in which the threat of totalitarianism is pervasive, the positing of liberty and representative democracy as fundamental appears to me to be a costless as well as a politically salutary affirmation. Hence the basic question is, why have I maintained the fundamental position of representative democracy and the instrumental position of participatory democracy? Balbus is perhaps understandably frustrated at my incomplete argument for this position. Nor will I be able to fully satisfy him in the few pages here allotted to me. Sam Bowles and I will have much more to say on the subject in our forthcoming book Despotism, Scarcity, and Freedom. Let me begin by noting that my use of the term politics is not limited to activity in the state sector. Rather, it refers to the practice of transforming social institutions in all spheres of social life including community, family, and economy as well as the state. My position, then, is that it is desirable to trade off between political and non-political practices, and necessary for individuals to limit the 51. 52. Spheres in which they actively engage in participatory political practices, and desirable that they have political representation in all spheres, whether or not they participate in more direct ways. The reason I would give for the desirability of a trade-off between political and other practices on the part of the individual is quite straightforward. Politics is not the only form of social practice in which individuals develop and satisfy their needs, and hence each individual must balance off competing forms of activity, of which political activity is only one. When I am playing tennis, taking care of children, helping a distressed friend, or reading a book, I am not necessarily doing politics. Yet these are valid activities. I certainly agree that a well-balanced person will engage in political practices to a significant extent, and that a healthy society will render individuals capable and desirous of political participation. But the same could be said of many other forms of personal and collective activity. Moreover, individual differences must be respected. Just as some individuals are more religious, more athletic, more workaholic, or more personally helpful than others, some individuals are more political than others. At times I find it somewhat short-sighted of political activists to hold that all individuals in the good society should be like themselves, and Hence project a vision in which political participation becomes the socialist counterpart of the Protestant ethic. Second, it is necessary that individuals limit the spheres in which they participate politically, precisely because politics is everywhere. Individuals must trade off not only between political and other practices, but among political practices themselves. Balbus ignores this obvious fact. For instance, I participate actively in 4 or 5 organizations in a few spheres of my life: my economics department at the University of Massachusetts, the Union of Radical Political Economics, local politics in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and my kids' school. Even in a really democratic society, I doubt that I would desire more participation, though clearly I would have more options. The stress on representative democracy, then, is that individuals have significant control over even those areas in which they do not personally participate, and that those who participate relatively little not be dominated by those who participate a lot, either in general or in a particular sphere. It appears to me quite egregious for political activists to belittle representative forms, when it is quite clear that participatory democracy may have the unintended effect of serving as merely another way to dominate people whose interests, expertise, and efforts are directed elsewhere. The reader will note that my position is quite independent from 53. The question as to whether centralized versus decentralized political institutions are desirable. The above arguments even hold in the case of a loosely connected federation of self-governing communities, as Balbus's vision appears to favor. As my final point, however, I would like to suggest that this small is beautiful position is dogmatic, undesirable, and unrealistic. By a dogmatic position, I mean one which takes a problem for which the correct solution requires a synergistic treatment of a variety of concerns, and dismisses all but one or a few altogether. In the present case, it is clear that both centralized and decentralized mechanisms are desirable, and the real issue is developing a creative combination of the two. For instance, income distribution, personal rights, environmental control, energy policy, economic development, and international relations, among others, require considerable centralized decision-making. While clearly a socialist society could vastly increase political participation even in the centralized aspect of these areas of social policy, to argue that they should be eliminated in the interest of local participation is, quite simply, dogmatic. Second, a high degree of decentralization would not be desirable even if it were feasible. For the lack of opportunities to deal with national issues breeds a suffocating form of provincialism, and leads to the inability of individuals and groups to identify broadly with others. If politics is the development of people as well as the production of decisions, decision-making that is centralized becomes quite as important as that which is highly decentralized. Third, a considerable degree of centralization is required by the nature of international economic, political, and military considerations. For one thing, the history of the past several centuries indicates the survival value of integrated national state apparatuses. For another, a socialist United States will have even greater difficulty in enduring the hostility of foreign totalitarian and capitalist societies than it has now. It would be difficult to locate in history a society which has undergone significant social change that has not had to deal with the enmity and indeed invasion of its international rivals. To ignore this fact is not merely unrealistic. It is self-defeating as well, since the majority of citizens who would otherwise be accepting of a socialist vision are too realistic to look with favor upon the destruction or even significant attenuation of national institutions and identifications. Let me now turn to the comments of Paula Rothenberg. First, I think it is a fundamental mistake to call the form of democracy we have in the advanced capitalist world bourgeois. In fact, liberalism never advocated even representative democracy until it became clear that the alternative would be revolution. Consistently throughout history it has been the oppressed who have fought for representative democracy and 54. Universal suffrage. The socialist position which denigrates this central element in popular struggles is thus not surprisingly rejected by most workers and citizens. Second, while I have a good deal of sympathy for Rothenberg's social goals, I tend to find her approach to these issues fundamentally idealist. Let me give two examples. The first is her argument that rather than accepting prevailing notions of socialism and democracy, we are confronted by the need for a sweeping redefinition of democracy and freedom and a re-evaluation of the criteria for determining basic human needs and basic human rights. This is a fundamentally incorrect and indeed utopian manner, I believe, in which to pose the problem. Just as Engels criticized utopian socialists for conceiving of a complete alternative to the existing society, and then going around trying to convince everyone of the superiority of their alternative, Rothenberg can be faulted for attributing a concrete reality to visions, and viewing the fight for socialism as a transition from one form of consciousness to a completely different one. In place of this view, I submit that social change occurs through the exploitation of internal contradictions in the existing constellation of cultural forms. I have argued that there are inherent contradictions between capitalism and liberal democracy, and within democratic culture itself. These contradictions have arisen through the very social struggles which have permeated the history of capitalist development. In no way is it accurate to characterize popular political culture as the creation of a ruling class, and imposed upon an unwitting populace. We thus need no sweeping redefinitions, but rather internal transformations of cultural forms, based on a materialist analysis of their internal contradictions. It is this that I have tried to provide. Another example of idealism is the positing of objective interests of people, as opposed to their wills and forms of cultural and political practice, as the guiding criterion of social change. Even if such objective interests in fact exist in some ideal realm, they are quite irrelevant, in and of themselves, to the process of politics. Rather, they are just another excuse for oppressing the masses in their own interest. But such objective interests, I believe, do not exist. Indeed, if it is true that interests are constituted through political practice, then they do not exist in some ideal realm at all. Of course, it may be argued that such interests are discovered rather than constituted through political practice. But I have already argued extensively that this is not the case. Rothenberg argues that, since workers are perverted by bourgeois values, their wills cannot be respected in a socialist society. Her vision appears to be that the workers make a revolution in some blind sort of way, and then the politically conscious take over and tell everyone 55. What to do, think, and behave. Perhaps this is a bit of an overdrawn characterization on my part, but I think it is essentially correct. I agree that this has happened in the course of history, but when it has occurred, it has represented just one more defeat for the common people. A real movement towards socialism, I suggest, requires that people genuinely oppose economic despotism, racism, sexism, and the like. Socialist activists must have enough faith in the people to support real freedom, democracy, civil rights, political parties, and unlimited personal expression. Otherwise they too will be consigned to the archives of history. 2. The Built Environment. Lead essay Dolores Hayden. Responses Gwendolyn Wright. Robert Goodman. Martin Bierbaum. Rejoinder Dolores Hayden. Capitalism, Socialism, and the Built Environment. Dolores Hayden. Every force evolves a form. Shaker proverb, 19th century. A revolution that does not produce a new space is not carried to its furthest extent, it fails, it does not change life. All it does is alter the ideological superstructures, the institutions, the political apparatus. Henry Lefebvre, La Production de Espace. Capitalist space. Drive through any American city, from its commercial areas to its residential areas, and in 30 minutes you will accumulate evidence of vast wealth along with environmental decadence. A few tall buildings downtown tower over parking lots and garages. Perhaps there will be a park and some apartment houses. Then a tangle of porno shops, discount stores, fast food places, and gas stations will lead to freeway ramps, and the freeway will connect miles and miles of similar, Large single-family houses on landscaped lots with shopping malls, industrial parks, and the occasional school or church. In the American city, all the themes, styles, and features of the speculative builder's prevalent jargon preclude architectural style in the same way that a string of expletives precludes coherent argument. In addition to their incoherent aesthetic character, American urban areas suffer from the presence of air pollution, from excessive traffic noise, and from the 59-60 constant blare of outdoor advertising. The despoilation of historically significant sites is common. Boston, Minneapolis, Los Angeles, and Atlanta all fit this pattern. Historic differences and regional economic variations are trivial compared to the impact of smog, freeways, cars, utility poles, and commercial strips. 1. Los Angeles, 1980. Cars, utility poles, and wires, signs, and a billboard. Offering cruises to the unspoiled coast of South America, the unifying features of capitalist space in the nowhere city. Is this capitalist space? Urban historians such as Sam Bass, Warner, David Goldfield, Blaine Brownell, and David Gordon have offered systematic definitions of the development of urban space parallel to the economic development of the American capitalist city. They define mercantile, industrial, and monopoly capitalism. They define the marketplace, the factory town, the no town. With varied periodization, they describe the typical American port city created between 1700 and 1820 as a pedestrian city without much industry. They speak of the typical American industrial city, created between 1820 and 1920, as a city reliant on immigrant labor, characterized by factories, slums, a downtown, and early suburbs. They describe the typical American monopoly capitalist city, created between 1920 and the present, as a private city dependent on automobiles, sprawling with single-family dwellings, commercial strips, and dispersed production sites. In literary terms, one could think of New York in Herman Melville's Pierre, Chicago in Upton Sinclair's The Jungle, or Los Angeles in Alison Lurie's The Nowhere City. It is the nowhere city which represents the current urban spatial expression of American capitalism. 61. All our cities are becoming nowhere cities. Just as automobiles rolling off an assembly line in Detroit may be red, black, green, or blue, with white wall or Blackwell tires, in convertible or station wagon models, so space produced by the monopoly capitalist economy is styled to emphasize superficial differences, and to conceal the uniformity below the facade. The roots of both economic homogeneity and aesthetic diversity go back to the 18th century. With Thomas Jefferson's National Survey of 1787, the entire land area of the United States west of the Allegheny Mountains was divided into saleable space, just as the Commissioner's plan for New York City in 1811 divided most of Manhattan Island into identical lots to ease the buying and selling of land. Manfredo Tafuri, the Italian Marxist art historian, has defined American capitalist development as the environment created by the land speculators and builders who moved onto the American rural and urban grids. They were freed from the formal constraints typical of earlier aristocratic town planning by the aesthetic uniformity of the American grid. The characteristic American eclectic style of building developed with every architectural piece aesthetically unrelated to every other architectural piece. The grid was the perfect setting for architectural ready-mades, that is, building forms such as Greek temples or medieval castles, created at other times and places to reflect power and wealth. These building types retained their facades but were given new interiors and new uses in America. Temples became public buildings such as churches, state houses, and courthouses. Castles became banks or armories. And all of these forms eventually were used for single-family houses, fast food places, and gas stations. Physical continuity was provided by the infrastructure of roads, sewers, and utility poles and wires. Symbolic continuity was more elusive, but the United States finally achieved a continuity of sorts, an endless sales pitch for mass consumption, promoted by fantasy environments. businessmen and homeowners inhabited a more and more peculiar world by the 20th century. Polynesian longhouses competed with Western corrals to attract restaurant patrons. Norman farmhouses were built side by side with Spanish haciendas to attract home buyers' attention. Office buildings were clad in mirrors or gold anodized aluminum. Only factories tended to be mundane, large, and boring. Thus the United States developed a homogeneous architectural culture of mad eclecticism in its commercial, residential, and corporate building, and many architects and critics have even attempted to legitimize this as learning from Las Vegas, or postmodernism. 62. If many architects and art critics have been shameless prevaricators, justifying the aesthetic impact of 20th century capita HSM rather than dissecting it, many urban planners have also retreated from urban problems into technical or financial specialties. Thus, even among college-educated Americans, even among avowed socialists, distinctive American spatial and environmental patterns are not popularly understood as a consequence of American economic development. When Americans describe their environmental crisis, they mention symptoms: downtown blight, pockets of poverty and crime, poor public transportation, the high cost of housing, pollution, the soaring cost of energy. These fragmentary complaints are reflected in the curriculum of most urban planning schools, where public finance, transportation, housing, and energy are all taught as separate subjects, as well as in the organization of most local, state, and federal agencies, where these are treated as separate areas of public policy. Yet, as urban historians tell us, and Henri Lefebvre, the French sociologist, has argued in his important book, The Production of Space, every mode of production involves the production of built space that corresponds to that mode in a coherent way. In the United States, since the early 20th century, the growth of monopoly capitalism has been based on suburban development, relying on land speculation, cheap, non-renewable energy, and private transportation. The aesthetically disconnected pieces are coherent economically. Thus, to end our environmental crisis, it is necessary to introduce a vision of another kind of human environment that could be created by another kind of economy, one based on curtailment of private land speculation, strict conservation of non-renewable energy resources, and collective rather than private transportation. Only a new way of life and work will produce a new and coherent social landscape, and a new aesthetic. Socialist space. A clear vision of another kind of environment could be powerful propaganda for change. Yet even countries which have made great innovations in terms of popular health programs, mass education, and political culture have not fully developed and implemented egalitarian environmental design. The visitor to Peking or Havana confronts factories, offices, and medium to high-rise housing which could be in use anywhere in the world. True, in Peking, the private cars of the US are missing, and in Havana, the billboards are political, not commercial. In addition, neighborhood planning for social services and transportation is often 64. Better than in the United States. Yet one finds indigenous building traditions succumbing to a drive for modern technology which produces not distinctive but homogeneous results. Indeed, planners and designers in the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, or Eastern Europe even argue that space is inherently apolitical. A review of socialist theory concerning design since the early 19th century reveals that while the communitarian socialist and anarchist traditions have always emphasized the relationship between ideology and spatial design, this connection has not been explored very thoroughly in the Marxist tradition, at least not until very recently in Western Europe. As a result, communitarian socialists and anarchists have defended model villages or model communes combining agriculture and industry, while state socialists, since the Soviet planners of the 1920s, have tended to favor industrialized building systems, high-rise buildings, and large cities separate from agricultural development. Even the Chinese, who have worked to overcome the contradictions between the city and the countryside, have accepted this approach to urban development in the last few years. But is either the communal village or the precast concrete high-rise metropolis the route to socialist space? The communal village, created before capital began to shape space for production and consumption, pre-industrial villages often appear to be deeply satisfying environments for communal life because they consist of complexes of related buildings, built of local materials, in harmony with local topography and climate. They seem human in scale because they are often structured around symbolic, public spaces for the pedestrian such as the piazza or dancing ground. While the societies which created these villages might have been hierarchical and authoritarian, they were incapable of producing unlivable, incoherent space on the scale of modern societies. This does not make them socialist, but many communitarian socialist and anarchist theorists have tried to devise ways to recapture their sense of wholeness. The most beautiful towns created in the United States during the 19th century, formed with what I have defined as an intentional vernacular architecture, were created by experimental socialist communities such as the American Shakers. Their exquisite design of all objects from tools to furniture, buildings, and village landscapes reflects a passion for communistic building which is direct, unadorned, and egalitarian. The integration of craft activities and 65. Farming, the search for equality between men and women, the desire for perfection in all handcrafted objects, the cultivation of a symbolic landscape, led the Shakers to create 19 unique but similar communities between 1774 and 1850. Although they formed a celibate, religious group which can be seen as a strict, limited subculture of 6,000 people, they made all of their decisions concerning the built environment in both a democratic and a technically sophisticated way. 66. In the 20th century, this ideal still lives. A contemporary anarchist, Murray Bookchin, speaks of post-scarcity anarchism and identifies miniaturized modern technology as the generating force of a new village landscape. The architect, Christopher Alexander, hopes to generate settlement patterns based on what he calls the timeless way of building, to form a vernacular architecture which recreates the human-scale spatial patterns of the past, but he has organized their construction according to the systems theory of the 20th century, utilizing the latest in human engineering and environmental psychology. And the proponent of appropriate technology, E.F. Scum. G.P. Wade, Sketch for British Garden City based on Pre-Industrial Village, 1909. Aker, notes that small is beautiful. The advocates of the communal village as a model of the human environment often appear to have aesthetics on their side. Folk art and face-to-face democracy are appealing, and yet, throughout the world, young rural people have usually preferred city life to the farm village whenever that choice has appeared. While Charles Fourier attempted to justify the social scale of his ideal communities by including one male and one female of each of the 816 personality types in each settlement, his Science of Society, promoting social variety and interaction, remained a theoretical abstraction. Life with several hundred people seems very limited if the alternative is life in a city of 1 million. Although small, for the Shakers, was very beautiful, small is often strict, and at worst, rigid and dull. 67. The technological CLLY. An alternative to the pre-industrial village has been the idealization of the technological megalopolis where everything is large, clean, and technologically sophisticated. Edward Bellamy's novel, Looking Backward, 2000 to 1887, created a flurry of excitement in 1888 about a fictional socialist city, Boston in the year 2000, equipped with large, magnificent buildings in the eclectic, Beaux-Arts style. Some Christian socialists preferred this novel to any other work of political theory as a popular recruiting device, because it made a socialist future seem so very real to urban dwellers. For Bellamy, capitalist technology had provided abundance, abundance had led to the evolution of socialism, a socialism which made a comfortable buffet available for every worker. Culture and consumption were its key concepts. Citizens frequented concerts, libraries, and great collective dining rooms after a day's work in the industrial army. Television provided mass entertainment, pneumatic tubes made possible the delivery of mass-produced goods to every house. Bellamy was not unlike the architects and planners of the modern movement in the 1920s and 1930s in Europe in his idealization of industrial mass production as an aid to the ideal socialist city. Walter Gropius, Bruno Taut, and Le Corbusier all tried to house urban workers in various types of urban housing projects representing modernity. Le Corbusier's ideal city for 3 million people abandoned Bellamy's Beaux-Arts aesthetic for high-rise buildings of concrete and glass located in a park-like setting, and definitions of machine-age architecture were particularly influential among Soviet designers who attempted to develop plans for futuristic, high-rise. 5. Le Corbusier, Sketch for Contemporary City, The Skyscraper Metropolis, 1922. 68. Metropolises in the 1920s. 1. Typical Soviet scheme for workers' housing showed an assembly line carrying food to modern istic tables in great dining halls with industrial windows. Others used industrialized building components to create small living cells and endless corridors. However, Corbusier's phrase, "a house is a machine for living in," has always been more popular among designers than dwellers. While no one interested in socialism can quarrel with the ideal of modern mass transit systems, scientific sewage disposal, good water supply, or good roads, most people prefer hand-carved wooden doors or handmade wooden cabinetry to the precast concrete panel and the metal stair when it comes to housing. 6. Sketch for Soviet Communal Dining Room, Barsh and Vladmirov, 1929. The ideal of the high-rise housing complex and the technological megalopolis contains the misconception that space produced by industrial techniques will be as desirable as machine tools, watches, or cars created by the same process. But urban space is not simply a commodity to be consumed, despite the tendency to treat it that way in both capitalist and state socialist systems. Urban space is a cultural, as well as an economic product. It plays a significant part in the reproduction of society. Dwellings and neighborhoods represent the reconciliation of nature and culture in both a tangible and symbolic. 69. Wave. Built space provides a concrete, physical statement about how a society organizes itself at the scale of everyday life. And its design accounts for a good deal of pleasure or pain, social connectedness, or social isolation. If nature is excluded from the neighborhood, as it will be in a high-rise, and if human scale is disregarded in favor of the technological culture the high-rise represents, then people are uncomfortable. If the communal village sacrifices social diversity for a sense of wholeness, the technological megalopolis sacrifices humanity entirely. A new flat in a concrete tower block may remove the inhabitants from the old village gossips and provide modern plumbing, but it isolates inhabitants from nature and from public urban spaces. Neither will do. In the 1820s the communitarian socialists made the mistake of believing that if a group could eliminate capitalist space, they could eliminate exploitation and proceed to the classless society. In the 1920s technological socialists argued that space was irrelevant, and that socialists could use capitalist building types and technology. Both were wrong. While the communitarians who gave space a special place were then denounced by Marxists as hopeless utopians, the Marxists who emulated capitalist space were just as quickly denounced by libertarians for building a brave new world of endless gray high-rise concrete buildings. ANV socialist society which wants to do better has to find a middle road, based on a strong understanding of the importance of politics to good design, and good design to politics. A new code of space. The communal village and the high-rise megalopolis, products of 19th-century theories about the past or the future, tell us less about socialist space, than about socialists' lack of spatial imagination. Henry Lefebvre has stated the task, to create a new vision of socialist space which is an adequate, synthetic vision for organizing by socialists. He says that a new spatial language shared by socialists would, first of all, rediscover the unity of all the dissociated elements, the private and the public, intersections and differences within space. It would bring together the terms which have been dispersed by current spatial practice and its ideological justifications, the micro and the macro, the everyday and the urban, the inside and the outside, work and non-work, the long-lasting and the ephemeral. 70. Yet what could be the economic, social, and aesthetic basis of a new code of space, eliminating these various hierarchies and segregations? It is not enough to create a new vision, it must be backed by a new social practice. The social practice most interesting to many young male members of the American left is a participative democratic socialism, involving as much self-determination as possible in the neighborhood and in the workplace. The social practice most compelling to many women is socialist feminism, especially extending socialist theory to apply to traditional woman's work in the household, and at the same time, overcoming the sexual division of labor in society. Certainly in the United States, where there are few distinctions left between work in agribusiness and in heavy industry, the contradictions between the city and the countryside are less striking than between the male labor force and the female labor force. Gender is linked to poverty so closely that any American socialist movement wishing to organize the disadvantaged worker must organize women. Women's inferior status is often confirmed and reinforced by the spatial patterns of American life, particularly the separation of homes and jobs, the design of dwellings and neighborhoods which require an unpaid homemaker's services in order to be functional, and the reliance on private rather than public transportation. As Eli Zaretsky and other historians have argued, women have experienced the transition from feudal to industrial society as an increasing division between home and work, between public and private space, between UNV/aged work and waged work, between new definitions of production and consumption. Although women have struggled against their spatial oppression in both socialist and capitalist societies, their success has been limited. Feminist organizers have had to deal with an opposition convinced that a woman's place is in the home, a phrase which underlines the spatial enforcement of the economic and social restrictions women have often had to endure. In the U.S. in 1919, the Industrial Housing Associates developed corporate strategies to eliminate social activism among white, skilled, male workers in the United States through campaigns for home ownership under the slogan, "Good homes make contented workers." Home ownership indeed proved to be an effective symbol to justify land speculation, excessive use of private automobiles, excessive purchase of consumer durables, and wasteful use of energy, as well as male chauvinism and racism. As the geographer Richard Walker has shown, since World War II increasing amounts of the U.S. gross national product have been centered around suburban consumption of houses and cars. American male workers are encouraged to perceive the whole world of private status in the home as their real life, and to 71. Ignore the public world outside. They have been encouraged to consider themselves as middle class, as homeowners, as patriarchs. Any form of socialism which deals equitably with women as well as men must involve the reorganization of all socially necessary labor, not just wage labor. Socialism must include a plan for the economic and spatial reorganization of homes and neighborhoods, which is aimed at ending some of the separation between public and private space, the macro and micro scales and work and non-work activities, of men and women. It must end the use of large, private domestic spaces as a fantasy world of consumption, by reorganizing their use. In a socialist feminist society, spatial organization could begin to eliminate the split between private and public space which supports a sexual division of labor. First, the private sphere would have to be acknowledged as publicly important by the inclusion of public space and paid work within its domain. Second, the public sphere would have to be made to conform to private standards of social respect and human dignity, as a comfortable place without pollution, exploitation, or blight. Or as Frances Willard, the American feminist and Christian socialist, stated her aims to her followers in 1889, women would have to make the whole world homelike. T_Y_OUW have to bring the world into the home, and the home into the world. The neighborhood as workplace. What would it take to transform the private sphere? A typical American suburban neighborhood could be reorganized spatially to create 2 or 3 times the number of dwelling units found in a block of 3-bedroom houses. Then housewives' unpaid private household jobs could be transferred to neighborhood producers' cooperatives. These might include 1. A daycare center with landscaped outdoor space providing daycare and after-school activities. 2. A laundromat providing laundry service. 3. A kitchen providing lunches for the daycare center, takeout, evening meals, and meals on wheels for elderly people in the neighborhood. 4. A grocery depot connected to a local food cooperative. 72. 5. A garage with 2 vans providing dial-A ride service and meals on wheels. 6. A garden where some food can be grown. 7. A home help office providing helpers for the elderly, the sick, and employed parents whose children are sick, as well as home repair service. 8. A cultural area, with books, records, television, stereo, and movie projector. The use of all of these collective services should be voluntary. They would exist in addition to private dwelling units and private gardens. These services could offer great economies, however, because of their minimal energy consumption and their saving of domestic labor. In creating neighborhood producers' cooperatives, it would be important to avoid traditional sex stereotyping, which would result from having only men as drivers, for example, or having only women as food service workers. Every effort should be made to break down separate categories of paid work for women and men, just as efforts should be made to recruit men who accept an equal share of domestic responsibilities as residents. A version of the Cuban family code would have to be part of a neighborhood organization's platform. Such a neighborhood organization would have to be wary of creating a two-class society with residents who hold jobs in the larger society making more money than residents in neighborhood producers' cooperatives which utilize some of their existing domestic skills. This proposal for reorganizing residential neighborhoods also indicates directions for transportation, and for public space outside the neighborhood. Personal land ownership and personal cars should be replaced by collective land ownership and collective transit systems. These are essential to ensure that speculative overbuilding does not occur, and that a more acceptable level of energy consumption can be maintained. The United States used 41% of the world's private cars in the mid-1970s. Happy face, a socialist United States would have to cut back drastically, relying on renewable energy sources and on conservation in order to support a non-nuclear energy policy, and a non-imperialist consumption pattern. This would mean not only cutting back on energy consumption within neighborhoods but also cutting back the production of many commodities and creating far greater public controls on all uses of public space. The workplace as neighborhood. While the neighborhood must be recognized as a workplace, the workplace must also be seen as a neighborhood in a socialist society. But American industries have not usually been good neighbors. From Pittsburgh's blast furnaces in the 19th century, to the Hooker Chemical Company's factory in Niagara Falls in our own times, most companies have dumped waste products on their neighbors whenever they thought they could get a /I with it. Model company towns such as Pullman, Illinois or Hershey, Pennsylvania, have substituted their own type of paternalistic authority for such complete disregard of the environment, but even Hershey is famous for its chocolate smoke. Just as much a bad neighbor as the factory is the corporate skyscraper, which blocks sunlight, generates winds, and bankrupts municipal budgets. Dark shadows and high winds are only two of the environmental costs of skyscraper office buildings to urban neighborhoods. Skyscrapers also reflect their owners' phallic fantasies and their desire to achieve the psychological domination of space. Because skyscrapers are usually designed to suit major corporations or land speculators, in many cases local communities have fought their construction. In a socialist society, the process of taking over corporate assets could include removing their spatial expression of environmental dominance as well. There would be tremendous symbolic victories to be gained having communities decide whether or not to dismantle a few of these giants, the Arco Towers in Los Angeles, the World Trade Center in New York, the Hancock Building in Chicago, the Transamerica in San Francisco. External problems are only one half of workplace design. Traditionally, workers' comfort in the factory or office has also been affected by their boss's desire for economic and social control. In any major American corporation, an observer can judge the status of an employee by the amount of square footage and natural light in that person's workspace. Happy face, managers have rooms and windows, clerical workers have desks in pools or pens and fluorescent light, cleaning workers have, if they are lucky, a chair in the broom closet. The design of space is used to reward the top brass and to make it easier to supervise everyone else. Telephone company workspaces, for example, are designed with peepholes for personnel supervisors to observe the workers without their knowledge. Happy face, assembly line workers are subjected to an even more arduous spatial discipline related to both the production process and the supervisor's demands. As assembly lines shaped linear spaces for production, workers were lined up to perform tasks on a moving object, a spatial system, guaranteeing that repetitious tasks would replace specialized craft. Happy face, new ways of organizing work, involving producers' cooperatives or new forms of workers' control of production, would be likely to produce new patterns of activity. Workers might choose to sit, or stand, or rest. They might group themselves around a single product, rather than let the assembly line roll dozens of products through their ranks. Workers would also need to give top priority to designing for their own health. They would remove noxious substances from their own work areas and eliminate pollution in the surrounding environment as well, as part of a program for the home-like world. Public space, ending the constant sales pitch. American cities in the 20th century have stressed private space more than public space, and often, commercial spaces have altered the character of public space, or have replaced it entirely. Outdoor advertising uses public space to manipulate citizens' thoughts and behavior. Department stores, supermarkets, and then shopping malls have replaced public space with space for sales. Commercial recreation space has offered children's play of a peculiar nature. All of these uses of space are antithetical to participatory socialism. Because capitalist space in the United States has stressed disconnected parts, outdoor advertising has been able to become a powerful visual force, reflecting the permissiveness of a government which values advertising or speculative profit, and fails to calculate the external, public costs. It includes skywriting, ads on benches and buses, marquees enticing customers to enter X-rated movies and above all, commercial billboards advertising whiskey, cigarettes, or trips to places unspoiled by billboards. Outdoor advertising has created some of the most expensive and best maintained public visual displays in the U.S., but these displays cater to private profit making. Zoning has been a feeble tool used to cluster signs and billboards. In a capitalist society, any planner who wished to eliminate them entirely has been considered irrational. Several scandals in the late 1970s revealed billboard owners' corruption of public officials, halting their attempts to regulate outdoor advertising by the promise of favorable placement of political billboards during election campaigns. In a socialist society, however, it should be possible to analyze commercial billboards as public nuisances. They should disappear, to be replaced by public art reflecting the diverse culture of American urban neighborhoods, rather than the long reach of capitalist advertising agencies. The department store was one of the most significant environmental inventions of 19th century capitalism, a space designed 77 for bourgeois families and the upwardly mobile to examine many goods and learn how and where to consume them. Organized to promote customers wandering in a commodity-filled world, the store's floor plan had no obvious beginning or end, and very little clear circulation. Dresses led to hats or shoes, vacuum cleaners to rugs or dishes, in an endless invitation to consumption. The final stage of the department store's evolution is the shopping mall, whether in a suburban setting or in an urban setting as part of a larger hotel or business complex. In each case, a pedestrian area is created with some amenities, but the illusion of public space is only to draw customer to the commercial facilities. Indeed, the public space is often carefully supervised by private police and anyone who does not appear to be a potential customer. Young blacks, for example, or elderly shopping bag ladies will be kept out of the artificial city the mall's developers are seeking to create. Like the department store, the amusement park was a 19th century creation, the commercial park created for amusing the million. Its successor is commercial recreation, of the sort offered by Disneyland, Disney World, and various theme parks. These became popular between the 1950s and 1980s because of the lack of public parks and public space in the suburban areas of American cities. However, these commercial parks introduced children to nature, culture, and history in ideologically compromised contexts. Disney's Frontierland celebrates cowboys shooting Indians and Southern planters oppressing slaves in the name of American history. Adventureland caricatures other cultures undergoing imperialist exploitation, such as Dole Pineapple's version of Polynesian culture, the Tiki Palace, or the Bank of America's version of childhood in foreign lands. It's a small world. Disneyland's Main Street claims to present small town USA, with commercial spaces beyond every old-fashioned facade, suggesting that the only environmental reality lies in consumption. In contrast to capitalist recreation, the preservation of many more real historic towns and unusual natural sites offers unlimited possibilities for environmental education linked with social awareness. Both the conservation of ecologically significant sites and the preservation of architecturally distinctive historic districts could provide many public substitutes for capitalist recreation areas based on artificial environments stimulating fantasies of domination and consumption. It would be possible to learn about Native American settlements on the sites where they were located, or to learn about farmers, ranchers, railroads, and banking practices, in a manner conducive to better environmental 78. Understanding. Surely this is what a socialist society would need to offer a younger generation. There might be playgrounds and even roller coasters in socialist parks, but not good cowboys, bad Indians, and minstrel singing slaves celebrating plantation life. Public life. In the United States, a socialist society would not be able to attempt much new construction. This country is already overbuilt, with more private space per person than anywhere else in the world. The task of creating socialist space in the United States would be a task of reconstruction, involving reorganizing, rezoning, rehabilitating, and equalizing space. Is it possible to achieve theoretical innovation in this context? Perhaps. The United States, with its skyscrapers, freeways, and suburban houses, has become a model for modern life which is still accepted, for better or worse, in almost every part of the globe. Our wasteful uses of energy, our emphasis on privacy to the point of isolation, are thought of as technical achievements by many designers and planners working with far more limited resources. For Americans to reorganize and restructure their energy use would be to provide a powerful example of learning from past mistakes. For us to come to value the diversity of particular places, neighborhoods, or regions and preserve their environmental features would be a most valuable statement. For the United States to end pollution and maximize community involvement with the care of the built environment, that would be a real achievement. For us to articulate the mediating spaces between private and public domains, porches, sidewalks, green areas, places for people that the car eliminates, that would be progress beyond the tallest skyscraper or the widest freeway. None of these changes in the built environment can occur without ending land speculation and the use of public space for private gain. But to state a social and environmental vision of the neighborhood as workplace and the workplace as neighborhood may aid those Americans struggling toward a more egalitarian nation. To make the whole world home-like, Americans must begin to reassert their rights to public space, and give up some of their preoccupation with private space. They can only expect public life to bring social and political rewards when public life takes place somewhere. The nowhere city of the late 20th century will not give way to community organizing without a struggle. But once recaptured and reorganized, the built environment can be a powerful support for participatory socialism. 7. Hayden, Grand Domestic Revolution, Environmental Pluralism and the Gwendolyn Wright. Consumerism, waste, the transitory life, and isolation of individuals characterize the cities and suburbs of late 20th century America. Superhighways connect corporate headquarters with industrial parks, separating these work environments from shopping malls and suburban homes. One usually tries to block out this monotonous, regimented landscape, or at least to celebrate only the fragments that are exceptions: parks, architectural monuments, historic districts, or lively urban neighborhoods. But it is exactly their grandiose scale that makes suburbs, business districts, and shopping centers seem so overwhelming. The sense of inescapable order gives the environment of capitalism its impact. This ordering of space is obviously related to how people live, not only in a metaphoric sense, but also socially. These environments sanction certain kinds of relationships. Both their associations and the limited number of alternatives create a strict control on activities. Hence the difficulties of suburban women raising families and commuting long distances to jobs, or of employees having the opportunity to do anything beyond repeating a routine task. Spatial restrictions, as well as other factors, make these situations seem aberrant. One's experiences and one's aspirations are based in part on the kinds of environments in which one lives and works. Buildings and land use plans do not, of course, dictate management policies or segregation policies. They are not the cause of sex role stereotypes or class inequalities. But certain environments can make it seem futile to break the prevailing patterns. This is part of the power of capitalist space. Here, as in her other published work, Dolores Hayden analyzes the evolution and the force of capitalist space. She also challenges that vision. Just as high-rise towers and suburban sprawl make capitalist order seem inviolable to many people, so too another vision of the environment can be a foundation for socialism. The very process of considering how space functions is a step toward change. This tactic has deep roots in the American past. Hayden provocatively demonstrates how, for 2 centuries, the town 82. Right 83. Plans of communitarians and the cooperative housing schemes of feminists buttress their determination to effect social change. Similarly, current proposals for reusing the environment of capitalism are an important form of resistance. Rehabilitating inexpensive housing and preserving ethnic neighborhoods, involving workers in the reorganization of their factories and offices, organizing farmers, small industrial producers, or parents into cooperatives. These can be more than piecemeal reforms. Each of these movements improves the quality of people's lives. The change comes about through their own involvement, not through passive consumerism. This recapturing of the environment, in Hayden's words, has social and political repercussions. People necessarily ask themselves questions about their conditions, their children's educational possibilities, the kinds of communities they would hope to create. How do residential neighborhoods isolate women and children? How do office buildings intensify hierarchies? What obstacles stand in the way of effecting changes? Hayden goes beyond a critique of capitalist domination. She also moves beyond appeals for economic restructuring and political representation to consider the ways in which space affects people's daily lives, whether in a socialist setting or in the capitalist world. This is an absolutely essential step toward conceptualizing a socialist future. Changing the environment is not a move of the vanguard, it is not a tactic that will bring about revolutionary change. But by the end of the 20th century, this should no longer be considered a criticism. Issues about the quality of everyday life persist after the most dramatic of political changes. They either assure continuity with the past and a depth of commitment to popular concerns, or they become a source of reactionary resistance. Questions about child rearing, women's rights, energy conservation, or ethnicity are not secondary. They are key political problems for many people. Socialism in post-industrial societies must recognize that bourgeois issues like Beauty, imagination, nature, and sex are central to any meaningful vision of a better society. It is this range of issues, each of which has definite environmental dimensions, that is likely to motivate people politically, either encouraging them to organize for change, or stifling their desire to participate in political movements. The core of socialist understanding should be a respect for the problems people care about in their day-to-day lives. Pluralism is another key factor in this socialist vision of the future. The obliteration of ethnic and regional traditions is one of the consequences of capitalist development, which a socialist society would try to reverse, without resorting to quaintness or limited opportunities for minority groups. Socialist space cannot have a singular definition, just as there cannot be absolute standards about correct living arrangements. 84. Or family relations. Of course, finding a balance between respect for differences and protection of equality is not an easy challenge. Yet socialist planning must take into account varying needs and desires based on age, background, and personal preference. Personal choices cannot be dismissed as capitalist manipulation, or there will be very little support for socialist proposals, no matter how utilitarian or beneficial they seem to their planners. To impose standards for all men and women, as in Russia or Eastern Europe, is a bleak program for the future. A mix of housing types is one expression of this pluralist social order. Some people will always want to live in cities and others in small towns, some collectively and others alone or in nuclear families. Architectural variation of sizes, layouts, and complexity of housing forms facilitates these choices. The differences would not be related to status, as they are under capitalism. Where one lives would be a matter of choice and convenience, how the building looked would be related to particular tastes and talents, and to the community's ideal of architectural beauty. Urbanizing the suburbs, bringing in a variety of jobs, services, and types of people is one very sensible approach toward a kind of land use planning that encourages socialism. It will create more opportunities for employment and cooperative domestic services. It will encourage reliance on other people, while preserving some of the familiar surroundings of the past. Yet not even the extreme public/private split that characterizes most American suburbs should lead to dogmatic regulations for collectivity. Hayden is fully aware of the need to have local control of such changes and hence to accept a great range of diverse solutions. Her recognition of the need to preserve private yards and rooms, even when other areas are collectivized, shows an astute respect for the way most Americans will still want to live. The great attention given to the suburbs is also an important step in conceptualizing a socialist future. For some time, there has been such confusion, such embarrassment about the suburban way of life that socialist proposals tended to ignore the issue altogether, focusing instead on tenants in urban and rural areas. Yet millions of men, women, and children do, after all, live in suburban areas and, as Hayden points out, this infrastructure certainly cannot be discarded. Efforts to consider reusing suburban space, like efforts to organize these communities, will involve people of all ages and classes, as a necessary part of a socialist future. In fact, this involvement was true in the past. It was not only communitarians and radical feminists who tried to use the environment as a means for improving the society in which they lived. Environmental topics have also had a great impact in the mainstream of Right. 85. American society. Middle-class women and men saw the environment, especially housing, as a key to other reforms. In the process, they asked themselves about the social and economic problems of their time, about their own goals, about their political effectiveness. In the early 19th century, carpenters and artisans discussed how simple, well-made houses could encourage equality. At the turn of the last century, moderate women's clubs and university domestic scientists tried to promote humanitarian factory regulations and better housing for all classes. They encouraged women to organize politically and to educate themselves, arguing that the home and family had become public political issues, even for those people who lived in private homes. Similarly, many of the first public housing activists saw decent, state-subsidized housing for the poor as a means for encouraging workers to organize politically and demand other rights. At the same time, this focus on environmental change has generally tended to erode the underlying goals. The early 20th century feminists promoted a model house that was simple, economical, and efficient, but this did not put an end to class differences or to sexual discrimination. For many American reform groups, the appearance of change seemed sufficient, even if the inequalities that had motivated their actions were still present. Environmental reform could dull the awareness of social and economic problems, even those it had been designed to address. This tendency does not mean that environmental reform is inherently an evasion of real social or economic issues. It is a way of involving a wide range of people in issues that matter to them. Housing, working conditions, schools, and transportation networks are inescapable topics in this society. They raise other problems, such as local financial and governmental decision-making, employment possibilities, segregation, and the very quality of daily life. Those connections make such environmental topics inherently political. It is possible to use the long-standing American fascination with environmental change in a positive, progressive way. One step is to realize that people who are concerned about their homes, families, and neighborhoods are not necessarily reactionary, no more than are people who demand decent jobs outside the home. Among the issues that the new progressive movement is using for grassroots organizing, housing and jobs are indisputably the most prominent, and the most closely related. For many people, housing is more than a commodity, more than a symbol of comfort and stability. Rent control, energy costs, environmental pollution, and redlining are the focus of diverse community-based groups. Elderly people want housing that meets their needs, while suburban women and inner-city minority groups discuss 86 other housing problems. There is no one kind of environmental plan that can address all of these needs. The process of balancing them is part of what it means to have participatory socialism. A diverse range of affordable housing, decent workplaces, and a non-polluted environment will not create socialism, but it is not possible to have a socialist vision of the future without them. Participatory socialism and the built environment. Robert Goodman. Dolores Hayden believes socialist designers have missed the boat. They have either accepted the towering inhuman form of the 20th century high-tech city or have proposed its utopian antithesis, the community of small farms, industries, and dwellings. The strength of her argument lies in the rejection of these extremes and her search for humane, pragmatic solutions. Our problems in creating socialist form are not so much the creation of entirely new environments, she says, but taking the overbuilt world we already have, and reusing it according to socialist practice. In her own search through the murky in-between world of real-life design, she proposes a series of beginning approaches to support a participative socialism. Her reuse scheme for suburban homes expands the possibilities for what is now a socially segregated and privatistic environment. Remodeling some houses to accommodate smaller families would give suburban communities a more varied age and family-size population. Using backyards and some parts of existing buildings for more public use would make it easier for families to engage in cooperative activities. She looks beyond the simple dichotomy of public and private and turns to the mediating spaces between public and private ones, such as porches and sidewalks, as forms which must be reconceptualized. While the capitalist world tends to make a strong distinction between what is public and what is private, she believes that the more public nature of socialism would allow for a greater richness of use for public spaces, as well as the semi-public, mediating spaces. Hayden's approach implies an innovative and activist role for designers in moving toward a socialist America. They would pose concrete, socialist form alternatives to what exists in both capitalist and socialist societies. Her views take on all the more importance, the more we see that socialism does not inevitably transform design quality. We cannot be content to vaguely promise that better politics will somehow produce better design. Good politics and bad design is still bad design. 87. 88. The new design approaches to socialist form should be actively criticized, not only among leftist planners and architects, but among all sectors of the progressive movement. Through the creation and criticism of proposals such as Hayden's, a leftist design approach can emerge much as the concepts of worker self-management, democratic decision-making, anti-corporatism, and anti-centralization have come to represent the social and economic goals of what might be called the decentralist strain of current left politics. As designers, we must ask ourselves what kind of workplace environment is sympathetic to worker self-management? What kind of community design best accommodates social and economic decentralization? How would these concepts be applied in existing urban, suburban, and rural situations, and how would they be applied in new situations? We know, as Hayden points out, that capitalism has shaped the way we use space in this country, be it the information on billboards or the design of the home based on the unpaid labor of the housewife. Given this dilemma, it is not enough to say socialism will free women from housework. What we need to do is to describe the physical environment that would support this freedom. Can we, for example, plan and design food preparation systems into communities which reduce the amount of time needed for women and men in a household to prepare meals? Can prepared food be delivered to the home at some meal times, or can the family and individuals make more use of restaurant facilities that are within walking distance of their homes? We have had a dearth of radical analyses which describe why our cities look the way they do. No doubt more studies will be useful in refining this analysis. But if we seriously expect people to be moved towards a radical transformation of society, we must be able to pose concrete ideas of what that transformation could bring about in our everyday lives. How would dwellings change? What kind of recreation and shopping facilities would there be? In short, we must be able to show what will be changed and why the change is for the better. As designers, we are understandably reluctant to be very specific about describing a future environment for which there are few working models from our existing world. How do we know it will work? Will we be dismissed as naive visionaries? Meanwhile, the hardline Marxist view tells us we must transform the economic structure of society before we can hope to have the consciousness that will allow us to transform the cultural superstructure of which design is a part. But do we really know which must come first, cultural change or economic change? And is it really so important to play this chicken and egg game? The Russian experience provides more than enough evidence that socialist economic transformation does not necessarily lead. 89. To a humane cultural transformation. Witness the fate of the Russian futurists in the arts. Proposing a new environment for socialist America is only one part of the process of transformation. A harder question is, what role does design play, if any, in moving us from here to there? This is not the subject of Hayden's piece, but an important next step for designers to consider. Can we creep up on capitalism and subvert it with producer co-ops, community control, and socialist designs? Did the introduction of public housing move us to a more socialist economic future? The dismal record of the design and management of public housing notwithstanding, public housing did help establish the idea that government should be directly involved in financially supporting the social welfare of its citizens. And in spite of the many failures in design and management, there are many examples of public housing that have worked. Whether we are closer to socialism in America today than we were in the 1920s is hard to say. It is clear, however, that many of our socialist-type programs, housing assistance, healthcare, and social security, are the result of progressive, socialist ideas that have percolated through non-socialist governments. Hayden has helped us define something she calls socialist space. It is a design approach that does not automatically spring from the establishment of socialism, nor can the approach itself produce socialism. Her design ideas are rather sympathetic to the goals of socialism: more public ownership and use of space, the absence of speculation, the absence of induced consumption through advertising, and the planned and rational use of the country's resources. The next, and more difficult step in considering socialist space is to examine proposals such as Hayden's in the context of a movement towards socialism in America. If we propose to change existing single-family houses in order to provide more public facilities, for example, don't we come up against the American tradition of owning your own? Is the privacy and isolation that Americans find in suburban and rural areas something they would want to part with? Or under what conditions would they part with it? Would they be willing to accept the trade-off of less private space in exchange for more public space? It is already clear that changing economic conditions have meant fewer Americans are able to reach their dream of owning the traditional single-family home. In response to increased housing costs, real estate developers have shifted to cheaper housing types such as mobile homes, townhouses, and apartment condominiums. The form of the space has changed, but the individualized home ownership concept has not. The extent to which designers like Hayden can create and publicize their plans for socialist space helps raise public consciousness. 90. About this alternative, and helps promote the politics that make it achievable. A further step for designers would be to align themselves and their ideas with organizations that are involved in progressive social change. These organizations include left political parties, labor unions, and housing advocacy organizations. Designers might look to the earlier experience of some of the labor unions in New York City, which played a crucial role in developing cooperative housing for their members. As an alternative to private ownership, cooperative ownership might be a more comfortable immediate direction for Americans to take than complete public ownership. At a time when many of our major public and private labor unions are considering more socially beneficial ways of using their pension funds, the availability of progressive design alternatives could have an important influence over what actually gets built. Today, architectural design in America is dominated by aesthetic controversies which pits the school of modernism against that of postmodernism. This is essentially a battle between those who believe in a formalism of simple form, the modernists, against those who strive for more complex forms, the postmodernists. The search for form has brought the modernists to eschew an architecture expressive of the steel, glass, and concrete technology of which it is built, while the postmodernists strive for a more inclusive aesthetic embracing both classic motifs such as Greek temple columns, as well as the modern ones of steel, glass, and concrete. But in all of this controversy, in which there is a presumed search for richer architectural meaning, the most meaningful parts of the debate have been omitted. This would involve viewing architectural design primarily as an activity in which physical form is used to give expression to people's desire to have better community places and better workplaces. In the final analysis, it doesn't matter whether we lead our atomized lives in modernist houses, postmodernist houses, or split-level colonial houses. What matters is that the form of our present communities reinforces our atomized lives. What matters is that we have not been able to design or build places that support community, that make the workplace more healthy, and that are not wasteful of our natural resources. Hayden's approach, in the tradition of Paul and Percival Goodman's Communitas, creates an important dialogue in a more hopeful design debate. We would do well to continue it. A view from the Northeast. Martin Beerbaum. Dolores Hayden decries the current status of the American capitalist built environment. She complains about the incoherent aesthetic character along with air pollution, traffic noise, and outdoor advertising. America's cities are nowhere cities composed of mad eclecticism. She expresses hope that a clear vision of another kind of environment might provide powerful propaganda for change. She calls for a new code of space. In this way, Hayden tries to connect herself to a long line of utopian thinkers who have pondered about a more humane and habitable environment. Such thinking, historically, has not been entirely in vain. Despite the desperate and deplorable living conditions in many of America's older cities, utopian thinking has contributed positively to some of the discourse on new town planning and urban redevelopment. Traditionally, utopians have contributed to thinking about the balance between urban and rural conditions, types of housing, and the size of communities. The flaw in utopian thinking is that it usually caricatures a living situation by seizing on just one or two aspects of the social and physical environment. By focusing on so few facets, utopians have made a contribution by highlighting glaring shortcomings of the existing set of conditions, but simultaneously have provided an oversimplified distortion of what might be a desirable future state of affairs. Hayden's caricature dwells on the aesthetic revulsion to the contemporary built environment and the status of women in latter 20th century urban America. I feel that her vision fails even as a caricature because she has not focused on the fundamental ills of the ailing American capitalist built environment. According to Hayden's socialist vision, commercial billboards will disappear. Neighborhoods will be reorganized in more aesthetically pleasing ways. The invidious sexual division of labor will be eliminated. Voluntary collective services will minimize the need for many of the burdens of household work which currently fall disproportionately on women. The differences between the private and public. 91. 92. Spheres of activity will be minimized which will also lighten the burdens of the sexual division of labor. Again, my problem with the piece is that I am not at all certain what Hayden's revulsion of aesthetics and concerns about sexual oppression have to do with a capitalist society or how these conditions might be improved under socialism. I suspect that her strong reaction and prescription is a personal one of a woman experiencing Southern California. Perhaps as a male living in the northeastern United States, I offer a balancing view. The milieu that the author seems to desire may already exist in parts of capitalist America. The role of women has undergone substantial changes in the past decade. Certainly daycare centers, laundromats, Meals on Wheels, and home gardens are not alien to the American experience. Moreover, the notion that a woman's place is in the home seems peculiarly out of date when such a large percentage of the labor force is currently composed of women. Are male suburban homeowners really likely to think of themselves as patriarchs when they frequently require a second income derived from their spouse's efforts in order to maintain that dream house in the suburbs? Finally, I am dubious about the results of collectivized, institutionalized efforts to replace functions presently performed by primary group relationships. I have already witnessed situations among progressive people where a woman's place is in the home has been abruptly supplanted bv no one's place is in the home to the detriment of all involved. People, both men and women, who wish to have children, may have to modify career plans and share responsibility, not abnegate it. As to Hayden's aesthetic objections, I believe she is reacting to the plastic neon glitter which has characterized much of the Sunbelt development in the last decade, which is epitomized by Southern California. But such mad eclecticism is not inherent to capitalism. Instead, it is a combination of forces involving private ownership, the lack of comprehensive planning and strong public controls, and also cultural factors. More comprehensive planning and more strict aesthetic controls are possible without social revolution. Private developments such as enclosed shopping malls, retirement villages, and new towns can produce a more uniform and aesthetically pleasing result without socialism. But more important than any of these individual criticisms, there is a fundamental lack in Hayden's vision. The operative questions with respect to a socialist vision, I believe, are the following. 1. What constitutes a good community? 2. How has the American capitalist society failed in providing that community? Beerbaum 93. 3. In what ways might a socialist-built environment succeed with respect to that community where the capitalist-built system has failed? Unfortunately, Hayden has not explicitly addressed these critical questions. What might a good community be? In the contemporary context, there is no one good community. Most of us live in communities of limited liability where our ties to the local community are tenuous at best, allowing us to move with changes in lifestyle, income, occupation, and social adversity. Communities are selected by individuals and households to conform with their changing priorities and personal agendas over the course of a lifetime. I see little inherently wrong with this process given the highly mobile and technologically sophisticated society in which we find ourselves. People may make their choice with a number of criteria in mind. Individuals may select a community that provides for meaningful personal relationships, or they may seek to avoid them. The size of the community may be crucial for some. Some may be desirous of a heterogeneous and cosmopolitan milieu replete with diversity as to age, income, and ethnic and racial groups. Others may find comfort in a single ethnic community, or a retirement village, or a neighborhood focused around child rearing. Some people may wish for a community which makes heavy demands in terms of social and political commitment. To others, such participation and squabbling may prove a tiresome bore. But a fundamental problem related to all this choosing is posed by the way choices are constrained in modern capitalist America. Choices are not made on the basis of reason, desire, and need alone. Economic calculations must be tied to the preferences outlined above. The aesthetic concerns and elevation of women's rights, I believe, can be addressed within the capitalist context through the expansion of the state's police powers, modifications in the definition of equal protection, and by countering local political fragmentation. Indeed, such changes are already evident. However, where capitalism seems to fail most miserably is with respect to the limits placed on the distribution of wealth, income, and thereby choice. These opportunities are restricted to too few, and apparently over the course of the next decade they will be restricted to even fewer. The positive vision held out by a socialist alternative must be that social goods and life opportunities will be distributed more fairly on the basis of need and not merely on the basis of income and wealth. 94. This lack of equitable distribution in the United States has acquired important geographic and physical aspects. Due to the inequalities in income and wealth combined with the relative strength of the private sector, and relative weakness and fragmentation of the public sector, some communities are better able to internalize social benefits while externalizing social costs. Others, usually older central city areas, suffer by the projection of externalized social costs without the ability to glean social benefits. Central city areas in this way become low-income sinks. The social and physical environments thereby created are an unmitigated disaster. The inhabitants of such places are there not by choice but the utter lack of it. The failure of the American capitalist-built environment consists of the degradation and barbarism which characterizes the South Bronx and Newark. The vision of a socialist-built environment is not to pander to any particular taste, but to provide an alternative which raises the quality of life in such places to habitable and humane standards. I.e., access to fundamental social services and a supportive physical environment need to be based on human need and not wealth or income. Coincidentally, by addressing the human needs of such areas, the society will enhance the choices available to all, even the relatively affluent, as once again central city living might become attractive once devoid of the desperation attendant to the crime and poverty which now breed there. The new code of space must obliterate the chasm which persists between the affluent and the impoverished in capitalist America. The fundamental features of the American capitalist-built environment are inextricably entangled with political economic concerns. Rejoinder. Dolores Hayden. I'm grateful to Gwendolyn Wright and Robert Goodman for their supportive comments on my article. As architects and writers concerned with the built environment, I think we three are in agreement that space is a social and economic product. Martin Bierbaum, on the other hand, does not believe that the capitalist-built environment is the product of economic and social forces. He seems to believe that most of the spaces capitalism has created are quite satisfactory. The problem, as he sees it, is that the satisfactory spaces are only available to people with money. As far as he is concerned, most of the issues I raise in my essay are cultural issues or consumption issues, and quite irrelevant to the creation of real socialism. To contest this view, I would argue, as Engels did, that the determining factor in history is, in the final instance, the production and reproduction of immediate life. The social organization under which the people of a particular historical epoch live is determined by both kinds of production, the origin of the family, private property, and the state. 1884. My proposals about the socialist reconstruction of the built environment deal with spaces for production and spaces for reproduction. Both are essential parts of a socialist transformation. In addition to this basic theoretical disagreement, or perhaps because of it, Bierbaum parodies my arguments and mistakes my views. I do not argue that our cities are economically incoherent. I make exactly the opposite point, that all American cities are economically shaped by capitalism but aesthetically styled to conceal the uniformity below the facade. He does not seem to understand how this criticism of space relates to capitalist society. I suggest he review Marxist critiques of the manipulation of workers as consumers of mass-produced commodities. This is the critique I am applying to mass-produced space as a commodity. Beerbaum also states I am not at all certain what Havdan's concerns about sexual oppression have to do with a capitalist society or how might be improved under socialism. Well, on this point, I 95. 96. Suggest Beerbaum review the work of Babel, Engels, Lenin, and Heidi Hartmann, before he condemns me as offering the personal views of a woman experiencing Southern California, and commits the fatal mistake of condescension. Perhaps as a male living in the northeastern United States, I offer a balancing view. The poorest workers in American society are women, including minority women, and any socialist program that fails to come to terms with this issue is sure to fail. Beerbaum also states that since daycare centers, laundromats, Meals on Wheels, and home gardens are not alien to the American experience, he can't see what all the fuss is about concerning these institutions and women under socialism. His argument seems to have two parts. First, he seems to believe women are already liberated by wage work under capitalism, so I am incorrect to state that woman's place is in the home, and attempt to restructure reproduction. However, wage work, in itself, cannot liberate women. Under both capitalism and state socialism as we know it, wage work for women is usual low-paid, occupational segregated work, and at the end of the day women have a second shift of unpaid nurturing at home, averaging about 17 to 20 extra hours per week according to recent research in both the US and USSR. Second, Beerbaum seems to believe that existing commercial services have helped relieve women. Currently there is enough subsidized daycare in the U.S. for 10% of the children of employed mothers. Laundromats are actually zoned out of many R1 neighborhoods, as are daycare centers. I believe that restructuring housing, services, and jobs for women will require a major planning effort to counteract 60 years of capitalist planning to separate home and work for men. In thinking of reconstruction under socialism, I believe it is important to use those good existing spatial forms and social forms which are accepted in our culture and improve upon them. I argue that neighborhood daycare centers, meal delivery systems for the elderly, and home gardens are just such positive institutions to build on. I am not proposing communal living or no one's place is in the home. I am attempting to define collective services to support many different kinds of private households and their needs and desires, in such a way that socialism offers richer options about both privacy and community than are now possible to achieve under capitalism. Beerbaum prefers enclosed shopping malls, retirement villages, and new towns as spatial exemplars. All of his prototypes have been pioneered by speculative developers, all are sold on a speculative basis. 97. All are privately policed. The first, shopping malls, are usually open only to affluent shoppers. The second, retirement villages, segregate the affluent elderly. The third, new towns, never include many minority residents or poor residents, nor jobs for low-income people other than maids. What sort of socialist world is this? He may think that reassigning these spaces to new groups of people is all that socialist planning and design is about, but I disagree. Beerbaum also accuses me of overlooking the basic problem of capitalism in the U.S., i.e., unequal wealth, and its environmental expression in the South Bronx and Newark, in favor of paying too much attention to suburbia. I see the two kinds of capitalist environments as intimately related. It was the creation of a national policy of financial support for speculative development in suburbia that drained resources away from old cities and ghetto areas in the first place. And it was the promotion of home ownership for white male workers that encouraged every male homeowner to see himself as an owner-speculator concerned with property values in suburban neighborhoods. This is one major reason why Americans have tolerated utterly wretched burnt-out inner-city areas in the richest country in the world. Private space replaced public space as a topic of concern. To organize mass support for a socialist program, it is essential to offer alternative formulations for the entire American society, not simply the worst piece of it. Some reformers may wish to focus on the ghetto as the clearest symptom of racism, sexism, and economic inequality. I think we need to look at the entire built environment critically to diagnose the overall malaise and prepare a truly radical program for winning the hearts and minds of a majority of citizens. 3. Race-Fey nationalism. Lead essay Manning Marable. Responses Tiffany R. Patterson. William K. Tabb. Rejoinder Manning Marable. The Third. Reconstruction. Black nationalism and race relations. After the Revolution. Manning Marable. In two historic instances, Negro Americans have been beneficiaries as well as the victims of the national compulsion to level or to blur distinctions. The first leveling ended the legal status of slavery, the second a legal system of segregation. Both abolitions left the beneficiaries still suffering under handicaps inflicted by the system abolished. C. Van Woodward, The Strange Career of Jim Crow. After every significant social revolution, there has been a period of reconciliation, reassessment, and reconstruction. In the most influential social revolution of the 20th century, the Bolshevik Revolution, the period of civil war and disruption was followed, at least for a half-dozen years, by a period of construction and peace. War communism lapsed into the programs of the new economic policy. Described by some proponents as a retreat from socialist illusions, NEP represented a major advance in the material and cultural life of the peasants and small industrial working class. In such diverse areas as housing, education, and land tenure. N.E.P. provided the foundations for what could have evolved as a democratic and culturally vibrant socialist order. Lenin's revolution in cultural relations, as projected in one of his final essays, symbolized the vast changes in popular ideology, consciousness, and culture which are essential in creating a new socialist society. 101. 102. In the aftermath of the U.S. Civil War, an uneven period of reconstruction began. Partially because Northern troops were as racist as Southerners, no definite policies evolved relating to the Negro question. General William T. Sherman campaigned through Georgia and the Carolinas and issued the famous Order No. 15, which guaranteed blacks the right of preemption on former plantation property. Blacks bought or seized thousands of acres of choice farmland, to give these lands back when President Andrew Johnson insisted on a whites land tenure policy. Despite these setbacks, a number of important advances were achieved. The Freedmen's Bureau, a government agent, provided over 1 million rations of food to blacks, and aided in the resettlement of families. Churches and white philanthropic organizations established black colleges, universities, and hospitals. By 1875 over 600,000 black youth were attending Southern schools, when a decade before it was illegal in most states to teach reading to blacks. Political progress was made both in the North and South. BV 1873 there were 7 black congresspersons, a figure that would not be equaled again until 1967. Many segregation laws, most of which had existed in non-slave states, were voided. In 1865, for instance, Illinois and Indiana repealed laws stating that blacks could not testify in courts. Segregated schools in Rhode Island were abolished in 1866. In 1865 Congress repealed an act from 1825 that prohibited Afro-Americans from working as post office employees, and allowed blacks to participate in federal court trials. Jim Crow streetcars were stopped in Washington, D.C. in 1865, because of the public protests of abolitionist Sojourner Truth. In general, despite its contradictions, Reconstruction represented a period of greater human freedoms for all Afro-Americans, and raised the possibility of a truly democratic American society. Yet, most of the benefits from Reconstruction disappeared almost as quickly as they were achieved. Slavery was abolished, but in its place were the sharecropping and crop-lean systems of agricultural production, modes of labor in certain respects even more oppressive than enslavement. The total number of black elected officials, which amounted to 670 state representatives, 124 state senators, and 22 congresspersons in the years 1869 to 1901, dropped to almost nothing. Beginning in 1890, a series of southern states passed new constitutions which effectively denied all blacks the right of suffrage, in direct violation of the 14th and 15th Amendments. County and town governments adopted a system of convict leasing, in which thousands of unemployed blacks were arrested for vagrancy and then hired out to white merchants or businessmen seeking cheap labor. Within a generation after the war, an all-pervasive system of racial segregation was dominant in every aspect. Marable 103. Of black-white relations. For instance, South Carolina law declared that black and white textile workers could not work together in the same room, use the same entrances, doorways, drinking water buckets and cups, pay windows, or lavatories. Louisiana demanded that its blacks purchase separate tickets at separate pay windows, using separate entrances, to attend all local circuses. In 1909, Mobile, Alabama required all blacks to be off the street by 10 p.m. In New Orleans, black and white prostitutes solicited customers in separate districts. As historian C. Van Woodward has observed, a Birmingham ordinance got down to the particulars in 1930 by making it unlawful for a Negro and a white person to play together or in company with each other at dominoes or checkers. The reasons for the reactionary, post-Reconstruction period, which historian Rayford Logan has correctly termed the nadir, are varied and complex. The North had no desire to elevate the Negro to the social and cultural status of an equal. In other words, the war was fought over slavery, but not over the status of the slave. The economic system of involuntary servitude was updated along capitalist lines, in conformity with the demands of Northern industry and the dominant Republican Party. Black aspirations for land tenure, the popular demand for 40 acres and a mule, were largely crushed with the help of the occupying Union Army. Black political leaders tended to emerge from the educated, culturally assimilated slave, and freed Negro strata, rather than from the masses of field hands and laborers. As a result, most black Republicans tended to be too conservative in dealing with the former master class. There were of course outstanding exceptions, such as the brilliant Henry M. Turner and Martin Delany. But generally, Reconstruction succumbed to reaction because none of the major parties involved, other than the blacks themselves, had any intention of liberating the Afro-American community from a secondary caste position and from its inferior economic status. The foundations for the modern civil rights movement, which Woodward refers to as the Second Reconstruction, are found within the failure and promise of the first. The next conflict was, like the first, over the relationship between black people and the South. One pivotal difference was the fact that this conflict was fought on the terrain of public policy and electoral politics, over cultural and social relations, rather than on the battlefield. This critical distinction within specific phases of social transformation is described in the works of Antonio Gramsci as the difference between a war of position and a war of movement. Another difference was that the ideological forces of liberation were much stronger than were the early black abolitionists, relative to the forces of reaction and racism. As in the first Reconstruction, the U.S. government, and particularly the ideologically liberal politicians and intellectuals, sought to create reforms for the Afro-American community at the expense of the racial status quo. A series of federal laws and Supreme Court decisions challenged and eventually destroyed the legitimacy of Jim Crow, much as the 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act of 1875 had challenged racial discrimination for a brief time. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 banned Jim Crow in theaters, hotels, restaurants, and all public places. More significantly, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 outlawed discrimination in economic opportunity, all public educational institutions, unions, and housing. Despite the White South's massive resistance, the battle to destroy de jure segregation was won by 1970. Much of the literature on the Second Reconstruction deals with either analyzing the political organizations fighting for integration or the specific public figures which the movement elevated to greatness. Certainly Martin Luther King, Jr. deserves special note, not so much for his rhetorical eloquence or ability to represent the aspirations of millions of black working people, but for the courage and increasingly progressive political positions he took from 1966 to 68. Others have commented extensively on the impact of political desegregation upon the makeup of local, state, and federal government. For example, in 1964 there were only 103 black elected officials in the United States. By 1970 the total was 1,469, and by 1980 the figure exceeded 5,000. What really made the Second Reconstruction meaningful, however, were the actual material advances gained by the majority of black industrial workers, farmers, and the petty bourgeois strata during the years 1954 to 1970. It was in the general quality of human life, housing, educational advancement, employment, health, and cultural activity that the benefits of the Second Reconstruction were most profound. Black unemployment rates for married males dropped sharply, from 7.9% in 1962 down to 2.5% in 1969. Overall unemployment rates for all blacks went from 10.9% to 6.4% during these same years. Black workers began shifting from lower-paying agricultural and unskilled laboring jobs to industrial and skilled laboring jobs. Desegregation and official equal opportunity hiring practices meant that thousands of technically qualified blacks could compete on relatively even terms for professional and clerical positions which had been previously Jim Crowed. As formerly segregated colleges, technical, Marable 105 schools, and universities began to admit blacks, several million black youth acquired the academic leverage essential for vocational advancement. These reforms in hiring practices and educational opportunity had a direct impact upon the quality of black housing, black health care, and even infant mortality and fertility rates. Blacks were increasingly able to purchase their own homes, and were now able to afford the physical luxuries that most whites had experienced for years. Life expectancies for both black women and men increased as the federal government expanded its social service and welfare programs to aid the elderly and disabled. In the 18th Brumaire, Marx quotes Hegel as stating that history repeats itself twice, and then adds, the first time as tragedy, the second time as farce. If the first Reconstruction was tragic, then its successor was akin to farce, since so many of the same ingredients which coalesced for reaction came together in the later period. Once again, the impetus for reaction first showed itself within the ranks of the Afro-Americans' allies, the political liberals of both parties. As white middle-class constituencies grew alarmed by Watts, Hoff, and Chicago's South Side riots, a demand for law and order began to prevail. Just as Delaney and Du Bois frightened the white post-bellum status quo, so too did the Black Panther Party, Malcolm X's Organization for Afro-American Unity, the Republic of New Africa, and the Black Workers' Congress frighten white bourgeois America. We shall overcome became what more do they want? Johnson's domestic liberalism gave way to Nixon and Agnew's benign neglect and vicious political repression. The only progressive black alternative to the NAACP Urban League bloc of Negro conservatives, the black nationalists, were unable to unite around a common agenda for political work and economic development. The Supreme Court's 1978 decision on Allen Bakke gave rise to concern that the educational reforms for blacks might be undermined legally within a few years. No one, of course, raised the question of a return to Jim Crow. Like slavery during the first Reconstruction, the movement had effectively voided this question from the public arena. What did occur, certainly by the mid and late 1970s, was the partial destruction of most of the material and economic benefits of the Second Reconstruction. As black political theorist Adolph L. Reed has observed, the destruction of Jim Crow removed a tremendous oppression from black life. Yet, the dismantlement of the system of racial segregation only removed a fetter blocking the possibility of emancipation. By 1972 or 1973, most oft-political outbursts against the system of racial and class exploitation had been depoliticized. In Reed's words, black opposition has dissolved into celebration and wish fulfillment. Today's 106. Political criticism within the black community, both Marxist-Leninist and nationalist, lacks a base and is unlikely to attract substantial constituencies. Older, integrationist leaders and organizations returned to positions of quasi-hegemony within the Afro-American national community, but they were unable to organize and manipulate black political opinion with anywhere near the authority they had previously. Ironically, the very success of the Second Reconstruction plus the paucity of any kind of critical theory rooted within the historical realities of black society in America helped to undermine the NAACP and Urban League, as well as its leadership elites. The major distinction between both the First and Second Reconstructions and, for instance, the period of Reconstruction after the Russian-Sicilian War of 1918-21, was that the American reformers had no critical theory of social transformation by which they could explain or understand the complexity of the challenges they faced. Amilcar Cabral of Guinea-Bissau provides us with another example. Between 1956 and 1959, Cabral and his associates in the PAIC developed a theory of social change based upon their knowledge of dialectical and historical materialism but grounded in the peculiar realities of their country and the social forces which they sought to overthrow. The PAIC's War for Liberation, which culminated in Guinea-Bissau's independence from Portugal in 1973, evolved from both a theory of society and its application in the form of socially progressive institutions. Returning to the First Reconstruction, we observe no fundamental critique of existing state structures and institutions, no debate over ideologies, only a clear commitment to abolish slavery and guarantee certain civil and social rights at the expense of the racist folkways of the white Bourbon South. The Second Reconstruction generated a great participatory response among the masses of black people, but never became truly a liberation movement with the potential for radically transforming all economic and social relations. The reformist black leaders differed over the goals and tactics of the movement. The petty bourgeois, radical left wing tended to be isolated from the black working class. As a result, many of the material gains achieved in the 1960s were lost in the 1970s. Black political leadership seems more aimless and unchallenging of the capitalist hegemonic social and economic forces than at any point since the rise of Booker T. Washington. It was historically unfortunate that the American Negro created no social theorists to back up his long line of activist leaders, Harold Cruz wrote. With a critical theory, the Negro movement conceivably could long ago have aided in reversing the backsliding of the United States toward the moral negation of its great promise as a new nation of nations. Marable 107. The roots of a third reconstruction are found in the inherent inequities of American HSM, and in the uniquely racist social relations which are inextricably tied to the political economy by tradition, history, and ideological force. The next social revolution in America, then, must involve the utter abolition of racial prejudice in all its institutional forms. To accomplish this, the capitalist means of production must be smashed and uprooted as completely as slavery was before it. The coming revolution against social privilege, the domination of private property over collective interests, and the private ownership of natural public monopolies will set the historical stage for the final assault against white racism. When we begin to ponder the social dimensions of the next American Revolution, the problems both in practical and theoretical terms are nothing short of overwhelming. There is not, at the moment, a body of knowledge which could be described as a Marxian theory of racism which can be directly applied to our understanding of American social reality. Talented and creative Marxist intellectuals have emerged within the black community from W.E.B. Du Bois, Oliver Cromwell Cox, and C.L.R. James to more contemporary writers like James Boggs and Earl O'Ferry. However, there is no indication that their theoretical work has become the foundation for praxis within the majority tendencies of the black movement. Many white Marxist-Leninists regrettably employ rigid theoretical models in approaching black-white relations, ranging from the old black belt nation thesis of the Comintern to the notion of white skin privilege. No American Marxist consensus has emerged which explains in a practical way the origins of white racism, the interrelationship between race and class in advanced capitalist states, and the role of black nationalism vis-a-vis the emancipation of the white working class. The majority of white American Marxists are hostile, if not downright antagonistic, toward black nationalist movements, theorists, and organizations. On the other side of the color line, black activists who view themselves as both socialists and nationalists reciprocate the feelings of distrust toward white Marxists. The old left, from a black nationalist perspective, was patronizing toward black-oriented issues. The new left of the 1960s had little or no serious dialogue with the advocates of black power, while playing it safe ideologically by working with more conservative, integrationist leaders like John Lewis and Julian Bond. Experiences with leftist organizations have left such a bitter taste among many black activists that a sizable percentage of black nationalists are aggressively anti-Marxist and even anti-communist in their theoretical work and practice. Let us assume for a moment that these and other significant 108 problems of theory and political practice could be resolved. The war of position, a period of intensive cultural and intellectual struggle, has given way to an overt struggle for state power. The liberation forces have succeeded in controlling the state apparatus. With this critical prerequisite accomplished, the struggle to build a socialist society with a multiracial and culturally diverse community begins. Given these lofty assumptions, what would be the prospects for black nationalism and the programs for reconstruction after the revolution? 2. Throughout black American history, there have been two distinctly different cultural and political movements that have emerged in the battle against racism and cultural exploitation: integration and black nationalism. Integration is defined here as a worldview which accepts the legitimacy of white civil society's hegemony over black thought, advances a political and economic framework in harmony with the dominant trends within the white-controlled state, conscientiously rejects the alternative standards of behavior and culture established by the black majority, and opposes on principle both de jure and de facto separation of the races. Black nationalism's goals include the physical separation of the races and the development of autonomous, black-controlled economic, political, and cultural institutions. A third subtendency, often placed within the parameters of black nationalism, is the emigrationist strain of black politics and thought. Unlike most nationalists, emigrationists view themselves as African rather than Afro-American in all critical respects. These blacks do not see any possibility for constructive social, economic, and political relations with whites, and demand the right to be repatriated to the land of their racial and cultural origin, Africa. A socialist revolution would not settle all of these deep, historic divisions among black Americans. The solution to the problem, however, resides in seizing this critical duality of black existence and being, and building upon it. The central contradiction within black society must become, in other words, the central motif for the era of the Third Reconstruction. The historic duality of black life will express itself in a non-racist, socialist society through institutions of dual authority. There will coexist the structures of a multiracial socialist state with the organs of Afro-American self-rule. The phrase dual power or dual authority is most clearly identified with certain Marxist theoreticians, most notably Lenin. Writing in his party's newspaper Pravda in the midst of the Russian Marable 109 revolution, Lenin observed that the collapse of the Tsarist regime had created two governments or states. Alongside the provisional government, the government of the bourgeoisie, another government has arisen, so far weak and incipient, but undoubtedly a government that actually exists and is growing: the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, Lenin wrote in April, 1917. The basis for the power of the bourgeois state was within the legislature or parliament, the police and armed forces, and the official bureaucracy. The fundamental characteristics of the nascent workers' councils or Soviets were not laws previously discussed and enacted by parliament, but the direct initiative of the people from below, not the traditional state coercive apparatuses but the direct arming of the whole people, not the bureaucracy but the direct rule of the people as a whole. Two authorities existed simultaneously, one representing the oppressor and the other the oppressed. The transfer of authority from one set of social forces to the other would occur when the revolutionaries succeeded in obtaining support from the majority of the working class. "We do not stand for the seizure of power by a minority," Lenin declared. To become a power, the class-conscious workers must win the majority to their side. Thus the culmination of the revolution, the establishment of a socialist state apparatus and public ownership of the central means of production and distribution, would actually obliterate dual power in favor of a sole progressive authority. In the aftermath of the Bolshevik Revolution, the practical strategy of dual power became elevated to the level of political dogma. Aspiring revolutionaries immediately translated the successful experience of the Soviets into the development of political formations within their own countries. Writing in exile, Leon Trotsky explained the evolution of the 1917 revolution and other social upheavals, from the English Civil War to the Great French Revolution, from the vantage point of dual sovereignty or power. The historic preparation of a revolution brings about in the pre-revolutionary period, Trotsky wrote in his History of the Russian Revolution, a situation in which the class which is called to realize the new social system, although not yet master of the control, has actually concentrated in its hands a significant share of the state power, while the official apparatus of the government is still in the hands of the old lords. That is the initial dual power in every revolution. The period of equilibrium between the ancien regime and the socialist state yet to be was relatively brief. Trotsky admitted that the phenomenon of the dual power heretofore not sufficiently appreciated, but vigorously denied that it contradicted in any way the classical Marxian theory of the state, which regards government as an executive committee of the ruling class. The capitalist state could not be overturned unless a new 1-1 correlation of forces was prepared to conduct the transfer of power only as the result of a trial BV battle. As in so many other instances, the sole representative of Western Marxism/Ho could look beyond the dual power lessons of the Russian Revolution was Antonio Gramsci. The workers' councils of 1919 and 1920 in Italy were an attempt on the part of Italian radicals like Gramsci and others to replicate the revolutionary example of the Soviets. The councils were to become a means to educate the masses, to build a consensus among workers for socialism, and to establish a kind of alternative sovereignty prior to the collapse of the bourgeois state. The failure of the Italian Workers' Council movement and the rise of Benito Mussolini forced Gramsci to rethink many of his older theories on the processes of socialist transformation within the unique terrain of advanced Western capitalist societies. Eventually Gramsci concluded that a war of position would have to be waged between the progressive versus capitalist forces over an extended period of time, an uneven struggle fought primarily within the institutions of civil society, that is, the ideological and cultural apparatuses of the state. A kind of dual authority would exist when the moral and political legitimacy of the capitalist state, its hegemony over the subordinate social strata, was overthrown. Only when this occurred could the forces of socialism complete the revolutionary process through a war of maneuver, the final assault against the coercive apparatuses of the capitalist state. But even in Gramsci's scenario, the phase of dual power is transitory. In a racist state, the factor of race is not an accidental phenomenon, an added element to the ideological apparatuses which provides unique character or historic presence. Rather, the existence of racism as an underlying force within public policy and all social relations connotes the necessity for the post-capitalist state to provide structural guarantees to the non-white population for its safety and survival. Dual power or dual sovereignty between the black nation and the post-capitalist, predominantly white society must exist in order to protect blacks from the inevitable attacks of racist whites as well as to construct social/political institutions which will erase any privileges that whites formerly received simply for being white. This dual power would exist as long as white racism was perceived in any form as a part of public policy decisions and within the general pattern of racial relations. Unlike the Soviet model or Gramsci's workers' councils, it would not be a creation of capitalist society, but a product of the seizure of state power and the transition from capitalism to socialism. It would not be a product of the majority but the creation of a distinct but critically important minority. Officials of the multiracial socialist political system will be chosen. Marable 111. By all citizens in regular elections. All blacks would have the right to vote in these general elections, and legislators elected from the black national community would serve within the new socialist state apparatus with white, Hispanic, and other third world colleagues. Blacks, with certain exceptions given later in this paper, would pay taxes to the central government and would be subject to its laws. It would be expected that perhaps 12 to 16% of the socialist legislators, administrators, and key politicians would be Afro-Americans. The central government will be responsible for providing all citizens with the essentials of a decent, humane life, free and readily available health care facilities, jobs, free education from the preschool to postdoctoral levels, and clean, comfortable housing. Concurrently, there will exist institutions through which blacks can guarantee their self-determination as a national minority, and participate in the administration of human services for black people. These will be national, regional, and local bodies and will be based on two organizations which will have played the central or determining roles in the prior transition to socialism. The first of these organizations will be the Black Nationalist Party. The Black Nationalist Party would be somewhat like a constituent assembly or a democratic, mass-based legislature of the majority of black Americans. Diverse in class orientation, the Nationalist Party would include large numbers of radicalized black intellectuals and petty bourgeois groups, thousands of students, working people, and the unemployed. During the struggle for revolution, the Nationalist Party would have moved gradually from being a predominantly petty bourgeois, parliamentary-style party toward a genuine coalition party led primarily by black workers. Much of the activity of the Nationalist Party would occur within black civil society, outside the arena of production. Nationalist Party members and leaders would initiate new freedom schools in black churches and mosques, sponsor food, clothing, and producer cooperatives, direct independent artistic and cultural forums within black communities. As in most constituent assemblies, Nationalist Party members would probably disagree over many theoretical issues, but would find a general consensus on the significant issues that needed to be addressed. The second organization that would have been crucial in the socialist transformation and upon which the institutions of black self-determination might be constructed would be Leagues of Black. 112. Workers, the most revolutionary and militant forces within Afro-American society. In structure and in outlook they would closely parallel Gramsci's model for the Italian workers' councils in 1919. Unlike the trade unions, which were distinctly the social products of capitalist economic production, these leagues of revolutionary black workers would represent the push towards socialist economics. They would be far more class-conscious, theoretically and programmatically, than either the old trade unions or the great majority of members and cadre in the Nationalist Party. Its tactics and policies would be nationalist but explicitly Marxist as well, discipline would be far greater, and the central organization of the leagues would exert a greater influence over its members. In Gramsci's view, this new type of organization, as it develops, grows, and enriches itself with functions organized hierarchically, forms the scaffolding of the socialist state. Under American conditions, it is probable that Gramsci's assessment would have to be modified. Both the Nationalist Party and the Black Workers' Leagues would play a joint role in the transition from capitalism to socialism. For one thing, both organizations would have a similar structure. Both would draw their strength from the black working class, although the Nationalist Party would in all probability have a substantial petty bourgeois following and leadership. As the class struggle deepened during the Third Reconstruction period, contradictions would be manifested within both groups. The leagues or councils would have a strong tendency towards economism and might underestimate the need for some elements of private enterprise for a brief period of time. In both forces, blacks who advocated integration and a restoration of the civil societal relations between blacks and whites during the pre-revolutionary period would present a real danger. From this vantage point, it would seem most likely that the new black socialist state apparatus would be the product of both political groups and constituencies. Yet, such a new state would have to be constructed in a manner that would permit those millions of integrationist-oriented blacks the right to align themselves with the new, white socialist state and new cultural institutions. Black groups and communities with a long-standing identification with integrationist goals would gravitate sharply toward full participation within the multiracial state apparatus. Black nationalists would have little difficulty or hesitancy in opting for the separatist institutions. The construction of the new black socialist state apparatus would begin at a national level. A national convention of black activists, drawn equally from the Black Workers' Councils and the Black Nationalist Party, would be convened. From this gathering, a National Assembly of Afro-American people would be established. This would be the central legislative body for blacks in the post-revolutionary Marable 113 society. The National Assembly would also include social forces outside of the two major organizations, black student organizations, black trade unionists, independent black consumer and producer cooperatives, neighborhood associations, progressive black religious organizations, and black feminist organizations or collectives. The National Assembly would be unicameral. It would elect representatives to serve on an executive council, which would be the executive branch of government. Both bodies would conform to certain specific criteria. At least 20% of all representatives should be black youth and adults under the age of 30. At least 50% should be members of a black workers' league or revolutionary council or have some direct political and personal HNK to the working class. At least 50% of both bodies must consist of black women. All the participants, of course, would be black. The first task of the National Assembly of Afro-American people would be to initiate regional assemblies or congresses. Again, participants should be selected in equal numbers from the Black Workers' Leagues and the Black Nationalist Party. The criteria for membership according to race, class, sex, and age would be enforced. Subsequently, or perhaps simultaneously, local and city-wide assemblies or congresses would be introduced. A reciprocal relationship would exist between the local, regional, and national legislative bodies. Local assemblies would have the authority to suggest legislation to the national body, interpret and implement edicts of the national body, and nominate local members to serve on regional and national levels. National representatives would be selected in proportion to the size of the black population within a specific region or local constituency. A form of recall or referendum might be introduced whereby regional and local assemblies could challenge the legislation of the National Assembly or replace representatives who were not voting in the best interests of regional and local blacks. Only the National Assembly and regional assemblies would have the constitutional power to levy taxes, and regional assemblies would be limited to taxing only privately owned property within a given district. All legislators and their staffs would receive annual salaries not exceeding the median wage level for a black industrial worker, computed annually. There would be a strictly enforced term of office during which all elected officials and bureaucrats could serve within the state apparatus. Funding for the new black state apparatus would be derived from four primary sources. First, the multiracial, Central Socialist state would guarantee in its new constitution the right of the National Assembly of Afro-American people to control a fixed percentage of federal taxes collected annually. Such a figure would be based on the 114 percentage of blacks to whites nationally, in proportion to the total amount of federal revenues for a given year. Second, the multiracial but white-dominated socialist state would guarantee the right of the National Assembly to expropriate any private property within any given area in which a majority of residents were non-white. Third, the National Assembly would levy taxes on all black producer cooperatives, and collect rents or fees from any property owned by the Assembly. Fourth, for an indefinite period of years the National Assembly would receive a special fiscal subsidy from the Socialist government for reparations payment for the historic exploitation and oppression of Black Americans. Regional and local assemblies would submit annual budgets for approval by the National Assembly's Executive Council. A committee of legislators from the National Assembly would coordinate all budgets and set fiscal priorities for the Black community. The central government would have limited input into this budgetary process in order to ensure harmony between the financial policies of the National Assembly and the larger society. If disagreements between the two bodies cannot be resolved, however, the National Assembly would retain final authority, for control over one's budget is a vital prerequisite for group self-determination. The National Assembly and its regional and local components would have certain powers of government and administration, but would not be entirely or distinctly separate from the multiracial government. There are no provisions here, for instance, for an Afro-American judiciary. The Socialist Supreme Court would interpret legislation passed by both the central government and the National Assembly. Programs and policies would be worked out in concert and there would be much coordination between the two sets of political institutions. However, the National Assembly would have the right if such became necessary to insist upon and initiate a complete and uncompromising break from the central socialist state. The Socialist Constitution would have to guarantee the right of total territorial separation for any and all Black Americans. Similarly, other ethnic minorities such as the Hispanics in the American Southwest and Native Americans from Alaska to Florida would have the legal right to territorial separation. Only with this ultimate resort can minority rights be securely defended. The threat of physical separation will serve as a counterweight against the continuance of racist ideology and practices. Many of the functions of the National Assembly would be carried out by bureaus and agencies which would address the economic, social, and cultural interests and needs of the Afro-American community. One of the more important bureaus that would have to be established. Marable 115 would be the National Anti-Racist Bureau. Charged with ensuring the constitutional right to live in a decreasingly racist society, the Bureau would have offices in every major city and town in the nation. It would function primarily as a kind of special prosecutor investigating and filing charges against individuals, organizations, institutions, businesses, and any governmental bodies. The penalties for racist behavior could range from voluntary re-education to life imprisonment. Racist behavior would include the public provocative use of racially derogatory symbols and language, continued patterns of Black employee discrimination in job advancement, evaluation for promotion, pay increases, etc., and economic policies of price fixing within private business or producer cooperatives which take advantage of Black consumers, the lack of Black representation in state or local government or private business in relation to the proportion of Blacks within the area, constituency, or market. The Socialist Central Government and National Assembly would provide a comprehensive agenda for the restructuring of American educational and cultural institutions. Regarding the education of the Black community, the basic agency involved in this work would be the National Center for Black Education. The NCBE, in coordination with the National Center for Hispanic Education and other related agencies, would provide the basic guidelines for the operation, curricula, management, and budgets for all non-white educational institutions. This would include all public and private schools, colleges, trade schools, and universities with more than 50% Black student enrollment or whose physical plant was located within a majority Black community. NCBD would have at least 5 major divisions: elementary and high school education, collegiate education, adult education, parochial school education, and research and development. All education, except parochial, would be absolutely free of costs: tuition, books, transportation to and from school, clothing, and annual student salary would be paid for by the government, or by the government and the recipient's employer. NCBE would appoint all superintendents of major Black public schools, supervisory personnel, college presidents, and key administrative staff, Qualifications would be technical excellence, professional ability, and a political commitment to the goals of NCBE and the Socialist Revolution. Religious colleges, theological seminaries, and private schools would have the right to operate without NCBE intervention, but they would receive no financial assistance of any kind, and parents and/or students must assume all tuition fees and 116. Related costs. All operating budgets of both black public and private institutions must be submitted to NCBE for scrutiny. The National Center for Black Education would also take a special interest in the activities of historic black majority colleges and universities. Each college would be administered directly by NCBE administrators. Faculty or staff opposing the goals of the revolution would be dismissed, or more usually demoted from administrative or policy-making posts. All administrators and faculty chairpersons would be subject directly to NCBE evaluation, on both professional and political grounds. Academic scholarships and campus employment would be used to attract the most enthusiastic and gifted caliber of black student. NCBE would underwrite a major cultural and academic expansion on every campus. Each college would have up-to-date scientific equipment, a radio station, an undergraduate library, art gallery, theatrical facilities for major cultural events, and an historical museum documenting the legacy of each black institution. Schools would not prohibit white attendance, but would strive to maintain an atmosphere conducive to black culture and social life. All black university graduates would receive special consideration for government-related jobs. All colleges would develop a policy of indirect participation and involvement in the political, cultural, and economic life of the local and regional black communities. In the cultural sphere, black life would revolve around the Africana Cultural Institute. ACI's chief goal and responsibility would be the preservation and encouragement of Afro-American culture, traditions, and history. ACI would have at least 3 major subdivisions: arts, both performing and creative; humanities, which includes political philosophy, languages, ethics, history, and traditional religions; and the National Archive for Africana Culture. In the arts, ACI would sponsor dance companies, jazz, blues, spiritual, gospel, and contemporary popular black music composition, recordings, distribution of recordings, and live presentations in black communities, film production and distribution of black artists and black cultural events, subsidies for black painters and sculptors. In the humanities, ACI would provide direct grants to black college faculty engaged in research. ACI would publish academic research in Afro-American literary criticism, literature, philosophy, religion, history, and other areas of the humanities. Existing black humanities journals would be subsidized directly and left under existing management, whenever possible. In scope, ACI would assume many if not all the activities done currently by the National Endowment for the Humanities, except that the direction of policy making would be in black hands, and the funding would be many times greater. The 117. National Archive for Africana Culture would initiate 1930s-style WPA projects, tape recordings of musicians and older black artists, interviews with the major and minor figures in African, Afro-Caribbean, and Afro-US culture. The National Archive would purchase, catalog, and display the papers of every major historical figure in Afro-American history. The complete works of influential black intellectuals, from Du Bois and Garvey to Julius Nyerere and Imamu Amiri Baraka, would be published and distributed at a nominal cost to the public. The National Archive staff would also provide genealogical research for any Afro-American family upon request, without charge. Economic activities within the black community would be planned by 2 bodies, the National Center for Black Economic Development, which would be the joint administrative body for the National Assembly and the Central Socialist Government, and the Black Workers' Councils. The NSPED would be staffed solely by black workers, either from the Workers' League movement or from the Black Nationalist Party. This would be the only agency of dual power within the new bureaucracy that would be comprised entirely of black workers. The entire scope of activity initiated by the NSPED would be dedicated toward the realization of at least 8 basic principles: the abolition of profit as the central criterion for determining investment, the abolition of structural unemployment, the progressive but gradual abolition of all centers of private economic production, moving toward either state or cooperative ownership, a gradual decline in the use of material incentives to reward productivity, and the increased use of moral and political incentives, the abolition of all discrimination in the workplace based on sex, race, ethnic, and personal sexual preference criteria, the progressive abolition of income distinctions based upon the character of work, the initiation of the 30-hour work week as a standard throughout the country, and the development of workers' councils. Black economic reconstruction would be complicated by many intricate and long-standing problems. First, the overwhelming majority of Afro-American workers are currently employed in industry, manufacturing, service, or unskilled related jobs. When clerical workers and lower-level civil servants are included in this group, this amounts to about 90% of all adult black workers. Many of these workers will have been unemployed because of factory layoffs, deliberate disruption of the economy, and political unrest for many weeks or months. Between 20 to 25% of all black people are permanently unemployed and/or have never held steady jobs. About 40% of all black youths are unemployed. Simultaneously, black producer and consumer cooperatives will be operating in many urban areas but at various levels of efficiency and profitability. The crisis of authority and law enforcement will also create temporary but widespread shortages in food and other essentials, deepening the public panic for immediate employment, an adequate food supply, and public order. Hundreds of thousands of black families, the supporters of the revolution, will expect the new government to launch massive construction programs for public housing, creating jobs in ghetto areas as well as improvement in living conditions. Other revolutionaries within the black community will call for the complete separation of all black economic institutions. Factories run by black workers would operate primarily according to the interests of the local black community, not the state. The black entrepreneurial strata owners and operators of small ghetto commercial food, clothing, and hairdressing establishments might attempt to use their important economic position within the community to threaten, halt, or at least frustrate government efforts to expand its controls over private enterprise. We should approach all those economic problems within the black community with two distinct goals: short-term stability and long-term socialism. Unless every black person who desires a good job gains employment shortly after the revolution, it will be increasingly hard for socialists to argue that a socialist economy creates full employment. The immediate goal of the new black economic policy would be to provide full employment by any means necessary and as quickly as possible. This might mean that the National Assembly and central government would have to support certain aspects of black capitalism on a temporary basis. For example, the governments might provide subsidies for black-owned and operated small businesses with strict price controls and labor relations guidelines. Government grants would be available to black consumer and producer coups. White-owned businesses within majority black communities would be expropriated or purchased and given to the direction of black employees and the local community, with government assistance. A public works program for building and park restoration, garbage control, and political education could employ thousands of chronically unemployed black youth. Gradually, as the major manufacturing and industrial firms are nationalized and full employment is obtained, a greater degree of socialism within the black economic sphere will become possible. One potential alternative can be termed communization. Major businesses or factories whose physical plants were located within the black community would be directed via Black Workers' Council, democratically elected. Each council would also include appointed representatives from the immediate black neighborhood. The council would be responsible for all decisions affecting the production of goods, hiring policy, and so forth. A National Assembly staff representative would be a liaison person between the council, community organizations, and both governments. Another major dilemma facing the black community after the revolution would be the quality and character of black housing. The majority of black families do not own their own homes. The construction of many residential buildings occupied by Afro-Americans is poor. In rural areas most houses still lack complete plumbing facilities. Here again, both socialist governments will be expected to provide the means for adequate housing, and perhaps even the possibility of some form of home ownership, for virtually all black people. The governments must state clearly that decent housing is a human right, that every black American will reside in clean, comfortable dwellings within a short period of time, and that this will be achieved by any means necessary. A policy of housing expropriation and resettlement would be initiated in which properties owned by enemies of the state would be allocated to the poor, the unemployed, and the physically handicapped as quickly and as fairly as humanly possible. All absentee-owned apartment buildings or single-family residences within any predominantly black neighborhood would become property of the National Assembly, without reimbursement, and systematically turned over to community organizations, local black nationalist political organizations, workers' councils, or the tenants for management. Both governments might provide short-term loans or grants to minority contractors and builders, with specific instructions for restoring existing properties and building new homes for black families at minimal cost. Community co-ops and workers' councils would apply for federal grants for building homes and residential apartments owned directly by workers. On a long-term basis, both governments would initiate a national home construction program and home loan policy. All home mortgages would be voided. All black families could apply directly to the dual governments for grants for energy conversion to solar power, home restoration and expansion, with minimal or no charges. The greatest and potentially most difficult problem facing both socialist governments' relations with the black community would be the land question. The central tenet of black nationalism has always been the historic right of the Afro-American people to self-determination. As principal leaders and cadre in the successful revolution, black nationalists would have a right to expect the immediate option of black territorial autonomy and some form of self-rule. The new socialist constitution would declare that all separate ethnic and cultural groups 120 possess the right to a national homeland within the United States territory proper, separate or dual governments within a city or single state, and the right to repatriation to a country of one's choosing at government expense. The basic assumption here is that blacks who desire to integrate with whites could continue to do so, blacks wishing some distinct physical separation are provided the material to do so. The major federal agent supervising these problems of resettlement would be the new Lands Administration. In carrying out the provisions of the Constitution, the NLA's work would fall under at least 4 major divisions: an Historic Claims Commission, an Urban Claims Commission, a Repatriation Division, and an Autonomous Settlement Division. The Historic Claims Commission's primary task is to help black Americans establish communities or individual farms within the territories of the original Southern slave states, including Maryland, Kentucky, Missouri, Texas, and Oklahoma. HCC would provide transportation, housing, and resettlement of northern or west coast black families wishing to return to previously owned properties or to any new property within the region, and agricultural and technical assistance in marketing and producing farm goods. The HCC would sponsor the construction of special rural cooperative towns, which could be termed Ujamaa/Ijijini familyhood or socialist villages in Swahili. The central socialist government and the National Assembly would either purchase or expropriate a tract of land suitable for rural economic development. Preferably, tracts would be established in areas geographically, socially, and culturally suitable for black family resettlement. Upon the application of a black cooperative, workers' council, neighborhood association, or collective numbering more than, say, 100 individuals, the HCC would provide technical assistance and financial stipends to facilitate relocation. HCC would build homes for each family, and provide up to 300 acres of agricultural land per person. Persons wishing to find non-farm employment would be assisted. All physical property would be owned jointly by HCC and the black collective living in the Ujamaa Vijijini. All agricultural or manufactured products would be owned by the collective. Residents would elect commissioners to direct the economic and political life of the community. The commissioners would be paid by the HCC. All economic losses sustained by the Ujamaa Vijayini would be absorbed by the HCC budget. The Urban Claims Commission would give Black city residents grants or interest-free loans to purchase and refurbish parks, vacant lots, and other property for agricultural and related uses. UCC would provide grants to Black workers' councils and trade unions for the purchase of urban property for workers' families or for the community. Marable 121. The major political responsibility of UCC would be the establishment of semi-autonomous Black districts, political entities which would be created at the expression of sections of the Black nationalist population. The criteria for the semi-autonomous Black districts would be as follows: all districts must contain a minimal residential population of 10,000, at least 40% of whom must be of Afro-American descent. Separate Black communities within a city or an immediate geographical area could qualify as a single, semi-autonomous district. At least 1% of the voting residents would have to sign a petition submitted to the National Assembly for the creation of the semi-autonomous district. The National Assembly would conduct and supervise a plebiscite on the question. With 50% or more approval, the mechanisms for the creation of the district would begin. The district would elect representatives to both the regional and national assemblies, and would create its own local assembly. Special district commissioners would also be elected to supervise normal municipal activities, such as garbage collection, education, street maintenance, and so forth. All residents in the semi-autonomous districts would pay only 1/2 of the allotted personal income tax to the central government. Special district taxes would be levied on private property and non-food items, at the discretion of the district commissioners and UCC. White residents would retain all constitutional rights under both the central socialist government and the National Assembly. Whites could run for public office, and participate in the daily life of the district. Residents of the district will retain representation in the central government. If they desire, the central socialist government is required to provide all special services and administrative assistance to the districts. The semi-autonomous districts would have special authority over several key governmental and economic areas. First, district commissioners would control the local police organization, replacing any officers or patrol personnel who were not desired. All educational institutions within the area would become the property of the district government, which would be run in cooperation with the NCBE. All private property would be subject to expropriation by the district commissioners, subject to the approval of the UCC. Finally, any laws passed by the central socialist government which did not express the best interests of the district's electorate, would be subject to nullification by a majority vote in a plebiscite. This right of nullification would be subject to the approval by the Chief Administrator of the UCC and the EXCO of the National Assembly. It would be my assessment that the majority of Afro-Americans would reside in semi-autonomous districts within 15 or 20 years after the Socialist Revolution. 122. The Repatriation Division of the NLA would be concerned with those Afro-Americans who wished to return to any African or Caribbean nation of maternal or paternal ancestry. The Repatriation Division would provide direct grants and loans to Black families, workers' councils, community organizations, and trade unions for permanent settlement, any costs for learning an African language prior to settlement, for transportation, and for housing would be provided upon request. The Repatriation Division would also sponsor, in cooperation with NCBE, 1 to 5 year academic scholarships and travel fellowships for temporary work in Africa, for Black high school students, college students, and adults. All Black university students, young Black workers in industry and politically active youth would be encouraged to spend at least 2 years in an African country, either in a university or performing a special service skill. The Autonomous Settlement Division of the NLA would be the largest bureau and most difficult to coordinate successfully. Many nationalists would advocate a complete and total break between Black people as a group and whites within the Central Socialist state, Others would call for a series of autonomous black city-states within the existing government. Emigrationists would want the government to negotiate the resettlement of several millions of Afro-Americans back to an African country or countries. The goal of the Autonomous Settlement Division would be to find a consensus among nationalist positions on the land question, and to implement a stage-by-stage program which would be in the best long-term interests of Afro-Americans. If the policy collective of the Autonomous Settlement Division concluded that a separate state for blacks within the United States was realistic and desirable, then all related government agencies would channel their activities towards the realization of such a state. Autonomous black districts, a nation within a nation, would have to conform to certain physical requirements. A minimum of 250,000 residents, within any given territorial space, would be eligible. Districts would have a black population of at least 50%. As with the semi-autonomous districts, the National Assembly would supervise the initial plebiscite. At least 15% of the voting residents would have to petition for the plebiscite, at least 2/3 of the residents would have to approve the referendum. With an affirmative vote, the district would end its direct political relationship with the central government. All personal income taxes payable to the central government would stop, all representatives would be instantly recalled. District commissioners would be elected to supervise the transfer of state power to the district. For a limited period of time, the National Assembly would provide fiscal and technical assistance to the Marable 123 district, and the central socialist government would pay a substantial reparations subsidy directly to the district government. Sections of land would be transferred from the central government to the district, to ensure adequate physical space for population growth. After the period of transition, the autonomous black district would declare itself a sovereign nation. The district would retain fraternal ties with the National Assembly, but it would be an autonomous entity in every respect economically and politically. The terms of the separation agreement would expressly prohibit military or economic intervention by the central socialist government. Whites remaining in the autonomous black district could be subject to disenfranchisement and involuntary removal from the new nation. It would be the responsibility of the central socialist government to resettle these whites and to provide some compensation for lost personal properties. The theory of dual authority is rooted in the premise that socialism and national self-determination are compatible goals. A black nationalist does not have to reject dialectical materialism and the body of Marxist literature as the basis for critical theory, simply because some Marxists object to nationalism of any form as being a bourgeois deviation. It is highly probable that a great many white socialists will oppose a separate state apparatus for a few blacks in the post-revolutionary society. Opponents would insist that racism would be abolished simply by legislative fiat, that the unequal position of black workers within the means of production would be eliminated, that blacks' reasons for a separate but equal state or economic structure would disappear. This is exactly the kind of perspective which reinforces the hegemony of white authority, privilege, and power. Since white Americans as a group are largely devoid of an original, legitimate, and autonomous American culture, they logically deduce that blacks must also be a clean cultural slate. Because some white leftists have abandoned racism in their personal or individual relations, they assume that once seizing the state apparatus that they could legislate race distinctions out of existence. This highly irrational viewpoint is based on the economic determinist notion that racism is purely a product of the forces of material production. This reduces the problem of race to the superstructural level, where with other similar kinds of questions it would be dealt with after the revolution without difficulty. The creation of a separate and semi-autonomous state apparatus such as the National Assembly would frustrate whites' attempts to put blacks in the back of the bus. Dual authority means that the contradiction which divides the cultural and social life of the black nation could be resolved both on the side of nationalism and integration. Dual power means that 124. Blacks as a nation would already possess the infrastructure and economic resources necessary for a territorial or physical break from white-dominated socialism. Blacks would have an alternative political institution, directly responsible to the major black forces of liberation, the Nationalist Party and the workers' councils. The inevitable reaction against black progress which followed both the first and second reconstructions would be sufficient reason to anticipate the possible attempt by the new socialist state to reverse some or all of the gains of black progressives. We return to the present. Capitalism forms the basis for all cultural life, social relations, and economic production. White racism afflicts the entire constellation of human relations and thought within capitalist America. The progressive forces are bickering and divided amongst themselves over theory, strategy, and tactics. No socialist revolution intrudes upon the immediate political horizon, not to mention a third reconstruction. Any discussion about the prospects for Black America must be informed by the realization that white racism predates capitalism. Nationalization of the basic industries, banks, and financial institutions and seizing state power will not automatically erase 350 years of white racist supremacy, ethnocentrism, and hatred. Socialism will not create a new cultural democracy, but it should provide the material foundations for a really vibrant and egalitarian relationship across the color line. Special concessions will have to be made for the legacy of slavery and the unfinished revolution in civil rights in the 1960s. White revolutionaries must prove to the black community that it is possible for them to reject the years of racist education, socialization, and ideology, and commit the new society toward the goal of cultural democracy. If they waver or falter in the slightest, the only viable political alternative for the masses of black working people will be to develop their own separate state entity, completely rejecting whites as co-workers, supporters, or allies. Some final points. Some critics might question these projected liberation institutions on the grounds that they do not effectively deal with other important contradictions, such as the division between women and men or the dilemma of socialist bureaucracies. These are vital issues that can only be explored tentatively here. The need to struggle against sexism within the black community. 125. Would be a major position supported by both the Black Nationalist Party and the Black Workers' Leagues. The national, regional, and local assemblies would have a minimum of 50% black female participation. Before and after the revolution, the struggle against the oppression and degradation of black sisters would be a primary and fundamental interest of all institutions within the liberation movement. The greatest problem in the post-revolutionary period will be the failure to deepen the class struggle. The class struggle could move from the conflict within the factories between workers and capitalists to a potential struggle between socialist bureaucrats and the masses. The scenario might occur this way. After an intense period of social unrest, major relocations of millions of individuals and the seizure of private properties amounting to billions of dollars, a lull in the revolutionary movement would occur. An ever-deepening degree of conservatism in political and civil society would be manifested in the thoughts and activities of the revolutionary forces. Such a turn of events would be natural, even predictable, if history is an accurate guide. As the crisis of Soviet socialism gave birth to the excesses of Stalinism, a similar process could evolve here. Gradually, a great number of individuals within the state apparatus might revert to the practices and policies inherited from the former capitalist bureaucracy. Party cadre might be elevated to positions within the government on the basis of their technical expertise rather than their commitment to socialism or black equality. Leaders of trade unions and workers' councils might become unwilling to abandon their positions of authority to return to their factories and have other workers replace them. Men growing to maturity in an overtly sexist society might find it difficult to accept the quota of 50% of all government positions going to women. Government posts would have a limited financial appeal, but in other ways the compensation would be extremely attractive, from having a secretarial staff to special rights for government-owned automobiles, houses, and consumer goods. These forces toward conservatism could crystallize into a bureaucratic caste or stratum, with an economic, social, and even psychological need to remain in posts of responsibility. Unless the socialist governments pass strict rules setting time limits on tenure in office, and encourage to the broadest possible extent mass participation within these new agencies, the spirit of protest would be sacrificed upon the altar of bureaucracy and order. The critique above may seem to assume throughout that a socialist revolution would be an inherently good thing for all Afro-American people, and that the success of the black movement depends upon the successful completion of the socialist transformation. But, there is no 126 guarantee that socialism would ever end white racism, as it is encountered on a day-to-day basis by individual Afro-Americans. It is probable that a socialist revolution would create many new problems for black people. But it is also my firm conviction that any black liberation movement that does not call for, at some point, the end of capitalist production and the redistribution of wealth and property along more democratic lines is no liberation movement at all. We may applaud the previous black movements for fostering a series of meaningful and valuable social reforms, but within the contextual framework of capitalism it is utterly impossible for black people to achieve any measure of collective security, freedom, and power. History, economics, and common sense tell us this. Socialism will only provide greater political space, and richer cultural and material foundations for the preservation and development of black working people. It won't solve the problem of white ethnocentrism overnight, in 20 years, or perhaps within a century. We cannot hope for the revolution and the third reconstruction within our current century. Socialism is not on the agenda in our country, but the battle in civil society for socialist or capitalist ideological hegemony wages daily. As we prepare ourselves and others for the next American Civil War, we might consider what we would do with state power if it were truly ours. This is a speculative but hopeful contribution toward the foundations of that socialist society, the new cultural democracy. Sex and class in Marbles. Third Reconstruction. Tiffany R. Patterson. The issues raised by Manning Marable in his discussion of the Third Reconstruction are critical to the success of any socialist revolution in America. At the core of Marable's thesis is the idea that the historical development of racism in this country is unique and deeply rooted in the fabric of American society. This analysis leads to the conclusion that there is no guarantee that socialism would ever end. /white racism, as it is encountered on a day-to-day basis by individual Afro-Americans. Yet it is equally clear that within the contextual framework of capitalism, it is utterly impossible for black people to achieve any measure of collective security, freedom, and power. Socialism, Marable suggests, will remove the material and institutional basis of racism but will not solve automatically the problem of white ethnocentrism. To address this reality, Marable proposes that in post-revolutionary society, a system of dual authority would have to be built into the new socialist structure. Under this system of dual authority, black people would exercise direct control over their own political and cultural institutions which would be separate from the main government structure. The responsibility for providing all citizens with the minimum requirements for a decent life, jobs, health care, education, housing, etc., would remain with the central government. However, in order to guarantee their self-determination as a national minority, black people would establish their own institutions at the national, regional, and local levels. These structures would be spearheaded by two organizations formed during the transition to socialism, the Black Nationalist Party and the Black Workers' Leagues. Through the leadership of these two organizations, a National Assembly of Afro-American people would be developed as the legislative arm with representation built in for all segments of the black community. Regional and local assemblies would also be developed. A series of committees addressing such issues as racism, education, black economic development, etc., and several bureaus to carry out the functions of the assembly would also be established. 128. 129. Funding for this structure would be provided by the control of a certain percentage of the federal taxes proportionate to the black population, the expropriation of any private property within a given area where black people dominate, the levying of taxes on black producer cooperatives, the right to collect any rent or fees on property owned by the assembly, and a fixed fiscal subsidy from the government. This last source of revenue would be built into the Constitution for an indefinite number of years as compensation for several hundred years of racist and economic exploitation. Finally, the socialist government would have to guarantee the right of total territorial separation for any and all black Americans as well as other national minorities. This possibility would serve as political leverage against continued racist practices and ideas. The model proposed by Marable is provocative and exciting and is clearly supported by the history of racism in American society. The concept of dual authority may very well be the key to the ability of socialism to end racism. Skepticism towards socialism as the answer to the racial dilemma in this society has been voiced by a considerable number of black thinkers from both the left and right. Marable's theoretical speculations on this subject are critical if dialogue among socialists over how to create a racist-free society is to be liberated from the mechanistic musings and the romantic humanism so characteristic of earlier discussions within the Marxist arena. I would like to make explicit two assumptions about the transition to socialism that underlie Marable's model and draw attention to one weakness in his model. Implicit in his discussion is the assumption that during the period of socialist transformation, black and white workers will be able to rise above the barrier of race to the extent that the latter will not violently oppose the concept of dual authority. Racism has been remarkably successful in dividing black and white workers as well as other segments of the society. It has also been very successful in dividing the political left as well. Marable bases his model on the assumption that this struggle will be resolved. But how it is resolved could shape in very critical ways what kind of society will exist in the post-revolutionary period. If, for instance, during the period of socialist transformation, racism diminishes to the extent that black and white workers are able to challenge the capitalist forces as a cohesive unit, then the consciousness which will develop among both groups may very well lend considerable support to the idea of dual authority. This support could ease the establishment of such a model. On the other hand, if black and white workers carried out the struggle against capitalism as disparate units, antagonistic toward each other but unified in their opposition to the capitalist system, then once 130. The period of transition was over, the smoldering racism would once again surface. In this event, the attempt to establish dual authority would require a bitter struggle which might, ironically, give support to the reactionary forces within the black community. This possibility leads to a second point regarding the assumptions underlying the model. There appears to be an implicit premise that the power of the petty bourgeois middle-class leadership of the black community would be sufficiently weakened during the period of transition as to be insignificant. But this would be dependent upon the outcome of the struggle between black and white workers. If the workers are able to conquer the demon of racism and develop that critical revolutionary consciousness necessary to understand the necessity of a dual system, then the power of the petty bourgeoisie will be further weakened. But race and racism in this society have a way of unifying black people and preventing them from expelling the enemies within as they seek to protect themselves from the enemy without. The opposition of white workers would allow the petty bourgeoisie to solidify their power by calling for racial unity and making it more difficult for the masses of black people to cut their ties with the black middle class. The black petty bourgeoisie will not relinquish its power easily, nor can we ignore the petty bourgeois tendencies among black workers. The success or failure of dual authority or a dual system will depend upon a variety of factors, and no one factor will necessarily be determinate. But certainly how the struggle for socialism is accomplished will play a critical role in the type of society that is eventually established. The weakness in Marable's discussion is his assumption that equal representation of all groups, women, youth, the elderly, workers, etc., will be sufficient to address the particular concerns of each of those groups. While this may be true for most groups, given the nature of sexism in American society, it is not sufficient for the problems of women. Sexism is an integral feature of the patriarchal capitalist system. Black women have been victimized as women and as blacks. However, all too often, their oppression as women has been hidden under their oppression as blacks. As a consequence, there is a considerable amount of denial within the black community over the sexual oppression of women. Equal representation will not be sufficient to address this particular problem. The removal of sexism generally from the society will require that the roles and positions of women be addressed directly under a new socialist government. In addition to promoting an anti-sexist ideology, the government will be required to establish programs that will concretely address the oppression of women. Socialist governments such 131 as Cuba, Grenada, and Mozambique all have recognized the necessity of dialogue with the concerns of women as a special and separate issue. Within a dual system, the problems of women will have to be viewed as a category unto itself. Therefore, Marable's model should include committees on sexism and a Bureau of Women's Affairs in addition to the proposed equal representation of women at all levels of the system. Only in this way will women be able to exercise self-determination and to eradicate sexism from the black community in particular and the whole society in general. The concerns raised above do not invalidate Marable's model in general. They merely point out issues for further examination. Though the model is highly speculative, necessarily so, given that we cannot predict with any accuracy the outcome of the struggle for socialism in America, it is nevertheless an excellent place to begin the discussion of how socialism will end racism. The ideas presented by Marable are based on the recognition that socialism is not sufficient to end racism, and we must begin to consider what else is necessary for socialism to work in a multiracial society with the particular history of the United States. As a contribution to this dialogue, Marable has presented valuable theoretical considerations that must be further debated and developed by all Marxist thinkers. Nationalism and Pessimism. William K. Tabb. A revolution gives priority to dreams. The moment of victory is a moment of pure chaos, like the chaos of nature, the hidden structure of the forest, the unconscious. Beautiful new imagery rises into view. The usual resistance has been blown up with mortars. But soon the liberators must put their liberated dreams in a drawer. They must recognize their utopianism as an efficient intoxicant, distracting the masses from tackling the tasks of the present. Before we can have what no men ever had, thus sticking our necks into a new noose, we must have what all men ought to have. We want decent housing and medical care, increased educational levels, a secure and peaceful society with honest goals, an open and forthright public debate, lively cultural expression, respect for one another and our own various races, a place to go dancing on Saturday night, and of course, free baseball games. It is the next generation, the ones we are making literate, the ones who are born with Marx, the ones who will have a socialist movement without excuses, with power that will define what I've been seeking. An unauthorized autobiography of Fidel Castro, A Totally Free Man by John Critch. Economists are not known for their sense of humor. Indeed, the profession lays claim to only one joke, and it lacks salience for anyone who has not had a course or two of the dismal science. The joke is, however, worth telling because it is germane to the task at hand. 3 men are cast ashore on a desert island, a chemist, a mathematician, and an economist. A can of beans washes up on shore, alas, the only remains of the ship. The survivors struggle with the problem of how to open the can. The chemist says, "We'll build a fire, the heat will expand the metal and the can will burst open." The mathematician says, "I will calculate the trajectory probabilities so we can catch the beans." The economist has sat silently. "What do you have to contribute to solving our problem?" they ask him. "Simple," he replies. "Assume a can opener." 132. Tab 133. Unless you have sat through lectures and read learned articles which make unrealistic assumptions necessary for the deterministic models which preoccupy economists, this joke may appear rather pallid. But we economists think it's just the cat's meow. All this is to say that I have strong reservations about a project which begins, assume the revolution is over, what would socialism look like? After all, your revolution may not be my revolution, and one which relies on white male scientific socialists may leave us in a different place than an internationalist feminist one, where logically the after would look quite different. Moreover, there is no day after in that sense. Winning power and establishing a societal context for self-actualization are two different things. The way we take power, white man, precludes certain day after social relations, if you follow my drift. Because revolution in economically backward countries lacking democratic institutions, Tsarist Russia and Imperial China, did not immediately and, what is of greater concern, have not to this day satisfactorily overcome racism and the oppression of certain nationality groups, many of us suspect that there would have to be a continuing special attention to racism in a revolutionary US of A. Such a fear presumes a revolution that just happens, leaving us much as we are today with our existing attitudes and capacities. As one who apparently shares this fear, Manning Marable projects institutional structures to address problems that should have been resolved by the revolutionary process itself. I believe, however, that the revolution would be more than the third reconstruction. It would involve a transformation not only of race relations but potentially of all human relations. 20 years after the revolution, I would hope for the end of imposed scarcity, the rational allocation of resources to meet basic needs, the redesign of work, and mass participation in decision-making. I hold these hopes because of my view of the trajectory our revolution would take. Many political tactics appropriate to struggle within capitalism would no longer fit a coherent strategy for social transformation. In this light, much of what Manning Marable has to say about institution building, accountability, and criteria for resource allocation belongs more properly to the movement building period we are now in and to the early stages of transition than to socialist society proper. The latter should have solved the blatant forms of systemic inequality that his design is erected to eradicate. The revolutionary process is one in which all progressive segments of society are won over to a common program. This unity would in my revolution include a commitment to full employment at safe and healthy jobs in a worker-dominated environment subject to 134. Social production priorities democratically decided. Therefore, racism as a weapon of ruling class control would have been discredited, in the struggle for power, through an analysis of how racism and the division of labor disorganized the working class, dividing it in ways that historically perpetuated capitalist thinking and social relations. A revolutionary movement would learn to be both anti-racist and anti-capitalist. If the above is central to what becomes in point of fact the actual revolutionary process, it would not be necessary for the National Assembly to support certain aspects of black capitalism, even on a temporary basis, as Marable suggests. On the other hand, if the revolution was a sudden seizure of power by an insurrectionist workers' movement pushed beyond economism by a sudden and cataclysmic depression, then some form of dual power, a continuation of basic reformist tactics might be necessary. This, I think, is Marable's point. The form that transitional institutions take will depend on the nature of the revolution. In the best of all possible revolutions, a mass movement would have to have existed for some time and won power not simply through collapse and default by the ruling class but through a slow process of winning over the people to the movement and its goals. Following this sort of transition, the war communism institutions and governing assumptions Marable puts forward would, I hope, be both unnecessary and viewed as undesirable. To take an example close to home, Marable writes, each college would be administered directly by NCBE administrators, faculty or staff opposing the goals of the revolution would be dismissed or more usually demoted from administrative or policy-making posts. All administrators and faculty chairpersons would be subject directly to NCBE evaluation, on both professional and political grounds. Following the revolutionary scenario, I assume that there is another way to look at the question. It would be to ask, how can we assure an educational process that promotes skill development and social commitment? Or we could ask, what role are predominantly black colleges going to play in the revolutionary process, and will their transformation in the crucible of struggle suggest new concepts of what education is about? Asked this way, the matter appears in a different light. Now the growing revolutionary consciousness and commitment is part of a decolonializing of the mind. This cultural revolution would be integral to the post-revolutionary period. So, if there are still department chairpersons after the big R, they will be the comrades who have earned the respect that is indicated by their position of leadership. If the school community lacks judgment, perhaps a visiting NCBE site committee, after extensive discussion with individuals and through public evaluation sessions, might act as a catalyst for reassessment. I would hope that they would not think to come in, hand around Laval tests, and take it on themselves to dismiss and demote, and then move on to Salem U to spend a few days repeating their cleansing ritual. I have similar hopes for economic institutions, that we would not need separate black taxing units or production entities defined by racial separateness. The historic debate on self-rule should take on new meaning in a socialist world. Once an internationalist outlook replaces national chauvinism, everybody can have home rule in a non-antagonistic sense. Diversity has new meaning because of the lapse of big power dominance and foreign control. One Ujama would be another's Ahito community. All would be established on the basis of present needs and utopian inspiration. Some would TRV and recapture the mythic past, others, use myths to build new futures. Historic claims and resettlement would have to be drastically tempered and undertaken in the context of limits imposed by just allocation. Such continuing cultural differences would be a pluralistic, not an antagonistic contradiction. In a society of virulent racism, black unity is essential. In a truly post-revolutionary society, differences among blacks will be more evident. In New York City today there are thousands of black Haitians, Jamaicans, and others from elsewhere in the Caribbean and from Africa who have arrived last year and 10 years ago, as well as Afro-Americans who have been here for 300 years. Are they all to be lumped together as black? Are they to be governed by Marable's black institutions of dual power? If black integrationists reject separatism, what is to be their relation to black institutions of dual power? I think Marable's structures belong more to the control needs of the pre-revolution than to a desirable vision of the socialist state. As a basic alternative, I would prefer allocation through institutions of pluralism and local control combined with universalist entitlement programs. For example, good housing would be a priority as part of the basic needs commitment of the socialist government. Adequate levels of food, shelter, health, and education would be a first priority not only for blacks but for everybody. Because they are disproportionately poorly housed, blacks would gain disproportionately more from such a universal entitlement approach. Because 136. Everyone would have adequate income under a full employment, comfortable retirement incomes policy. Everyone could afford the upkeep on his or her home. Cooperatives or municipal housing would not pay much attention to the race of tenants except to ensure that any vestiges of racial discrimination were satisfactorily overcome. Because all families could apply for loans or grants for solar conversion, it would be unnecessary for a separate program to help families who happen to be black to convert to solar. It is here that I hope that we can do better than Marable's implicitly more pessimistic view of the type of revolution that we might expect. Are we talking about institution building in a society where those in the socialist leadership who are white are militantly anti-racist and the vast majority of black people have a long-standing identification with integrationist goals? Are we contemplating a society in which the exploitation that now underlies racial oppression and bigotry would be gone, in which workers, black and white, would be molded by a common working class reality in the context of juridical equality, equal access to schools, housing and so on, in which community would be freely chosen and not exclusive of other community identities? If so, it would appear that there is an extreme workerism in Marable's designs. Black male trade unionists may not be better feminists than their white brothers. The point is that workerism, even if it is black workerism, denies the richness of life experience among people who, while they are blacks and workers, may also be female, gay, church-going, integrationist, professional. And along with any or all of these, militant socialist. Marable sees the continuing need after the Big R for a black nationalist party which would have moved from being predominantly petty bourgeois to a genuine coalition led primarily by black workers. Its purpose in part is seen as imitating what are essentially counter-institutions, freedom schools in black churches and mosques, sponsoring food, clothing, and producers' coups. But we would ask, why wouldn't the public school in the black community be a freedom school? Why wouldn't all food and clothing be available from worker-consumer cooperatives? And would blacks need their own exclusive networks separate from those which produce and distribute food and other consumer goods for other citizens? Marable proposes leagues of black workers which he counterposes to the trade unions. Yet what is described is a group that would function as communists have always seen themselves functioning within working-class organizations. This new type of organization is really the party organization at the point of production. If black and white workers are employed in the same workplace, what role will Tab 137 whites play in relation to those black workers' leagues? Can we discuss the latter without mention of their interaction with whites who are likely to be a majority in many workplaces? It is surely the case that black caucuses have been an important vehicle for black workers in their struggle against racism in the workplace. Undoubtedly, black leadership will be important to a revitalized workers' movement that must play an important role in any radical restructuring of society. But the interesting questions concern how a counterpart white militant leadership can be developed and finally how black-white unity can be forged. Such unity would have to give primacy to the struggle against racism if it were a socialist movement. It would discuss how racism and sexism are used to divide workers and how these divisions allow for intensification of exploitation and structure alienation at work. But let me end on a more pessimistic note. There is evidence that Marable's more cautious vision could be truer to the mark than my own. More than a quarter of a century has passed since Brown versus the Board of Education dealt a decisive blow to the political and legal institutions of separate but equal. And it took 85 years from the 14th Amendment guaranteeing equal protection under law to reach Brown. Today we have Reaganauts dismantling enforcement of the hard-won rights of blacks, testing the water on repeal of the Voting Rights Act of 1964 by making its renewal a contested issue, appointing right-wing incompetents to a weakened Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and trying out tax exemption for segregated schools. It is a long hard road and white allies in the struggle are not always dependable. We are products of our social heritage and racism is deeply ingrained in American culture. Parallel organizing efforts are essential for the foreseeable future. That we cannot do better at getting beyond such guarded, wary, and hesitant steps toward unity is a measure of how far the revolutionary movement has to go in the United States. I have argued that our view of the revolutionary process guides our judgment of what a socialist future would look like. Further, in conceptualizing a better world, we bring baggage from which those who have struggled and won a new society will have to a greater degree freed themselves. Like Manning Marable, we are all creating institutions for the transition, building conceptualizations useful in today's struggle, knowing that our rules will be considered and modified by the coming generations of blacks and whites, yellows and browns, reds and reds who also make the revolution. Response and self-critique. Manning Marable. The task of projecting a social revolution cannot stand outside the terrain of one's own history. The first draft of the Third Reconstruction was completed in the summer of 1979. My primary political tasks at that time were journalistic in character. I was serving as communications coordinator for the National Black Political Assembly, an unstable coalition of black reformers, Democrats, and revolutionary black nationalists. I was also engaged in writing a weekly newspaper column on contemporary black politics for 4 publications. Ideologically, I could have been described best as a left nationalist. An advocate of black cultural, educational, and social institution building, consumer and producer cooperatives, the nationalization of major industry, and a planned economy. Theoretically, I was heavily influenced by the works of W.E.B. Du Bois between 1933 to 1945, the one phase in Du Bois' long and productive career when he came closest to a radical black nationalist posture. I have grave misgivings concerning the viability of political work with the majority of white political formations, and my understanding of burning political issues which were largely undiscussed within black nationalist organizations was at best elementary. This was the social/political/cultural matrix upon which this essay was conceived. In retrospect, it would be intellectually dishonest to alter my original argument fundamentally, because at the time it was written, it opened up a new series of theoretical questions for me, and indirectly, for other black nationalists within MV immediate circle. Nationalists as a group have been organized usually around questions of superstructure, or civil society education, aesthetics, culture, social relations, political parties, but have been grievously lacking in any theoretical understanding of economic problems. The essay reveals a general shortcoming within all black nationalist ideology, an inability to present a reasonable and workable model for commodity production, land tenure, and the distribution of goods and services along democratic lines. The seizure of state power by socialists does not mean that. 138. Marable 139. The economic organization of society will be socialist after a generation. China under the leadership of Deng and Company provides a classic illustration of a socialist society moving backward in history towards capitalism. This is not to suggest that a socialist America would want to nationalize every corner delicatessen, or expropriate mom and pop groceries. The goal of economic reorganization, however, must be equated not with full employment, but with worker self-management, at all points of production. By reducing the duration of the normal work week to 24 hours, the goal of full employment would be achieved almost overnight. More decisively, this would permit millions of workers to participate in the democratic reorganization and direction of the economy and the administration of the state apparatus. A reduction in the workday would also eliminate the necessity to depend upon petty capital to provide employment for black and white workers who are outside the labor force. A national priority to provide financial support for locally initiated consumer cooperatives would create alternatives to service-oriented petty capital. Within several decades, private entrepreneurship should be a relic of the past, not unlike feudalism or slavery. The evolution of my own political praxis in the 1980s has caused me to reassess other problems inherent in socialist reconstruction. With greater confidence, I now acknowledge that the majority of black people would be better served if separate black taxing units did not exist, for the simple reasons that this apparatus would be exceedingly difficult to carry out democratically, and that it would add to the levels of state bureaucracy. Black integrationists who had no ideological or social commitment to the preservation of a uniquely black cultural identity must be free to select their own lifestyles and neighborhoods without fear of being repressed by a nationalist-oriented state ombudsman. My commitment to socialist feminism, which in 1979 was only cognitive and not essentially integral within my own worldview, permits me to recognize the validity of Patterson's criticisms concerning sexism. More than any other political tendency within Black America, nationalists have historically articulated theories which serve to perpetuate the exploitation of women, and the suppression of the rights of lesbians. Socialist men, black and white, generally have not taken a principled position in favor of uprooting patriarchy. A socialist American will have to go well beyond the goal of the 50% representation for women at all levels of the state apparatus to ensure that sexism in the workplace and in all social relations is vigorously combated. The only area of disagreement I have with Patterson is her unjustified preoccupation with the power of the black petty bourgeois. 140. SIE. The black elite derives its influence today from its strategic position as a buffer stratum which translates the prerogatives of the state and capitalism within the black community. Stripped of that historic function, the bulk of the petty bourgeoisie would virtually be powerless. If the socialist state actively solicits the contributions of black workers, and if all administrative functions are controlled by revolutionary forces, then any educational and cultural advantages that the black elite may have over black workers will be neutralized. On the other hand, Tabb disagrees with the basic thesis of the essay The Theory of Dual Power After the Revolution. The real root of discussion here lies in our divergent interpretations on the role of the state. Generally, Marxists equate the state with an apparatus to enforce the collective will of the ruling class over other social groups. For Trotsky, dual power meant the evolution of an alternative state which would provide the basis for proletarian democracy and workers' rule. Council Communists viewed workers' Soviets as the embryo from which a new political order would develop. My concern, writing then chiefly as a black nationalist, was that even under such conditions, no structural guarantee could be forthcoming from white workers which would make it unnecessary for separate black agencies to exist. Most of the socialists I knew were anti-racist in their personal relations with blacks and Latinos. But the majority of white workers were so deeply racist that, in my judgment, the black masses could not afford to place their lives and destinies in their hands even after the exploitative capitalists were banished from power. Another state, simultaneously within and outside the primary socialist apparatus, was necessary to provide an institutional check on the residual racist practices and tendencies of the majority of white, anti-capitalist forces. Tabb characterizes the various institutional structures of dual power as revealing a disturbingly pessimistic view of whites' abilities to overcome their own racism. Let us redraft this issue as bluntly as possible: why are whites unreliable allies? I would not be the first black activist to ask this question. Regrettably, yet understandably, many black nationalists have a ready answer: all whites benefit from racism, either economically or culturally. My research since the late 70s convinces me that 1. The white bourgeoisie benefits decisively from racist propaganda, primarily because it divides workers. 2. The white middle-class and working classes benefit from racism in relative, but not in absolute terms. In other words, every gain of the civil rights movement indirectly benefited the material interests of the majority of whites, yet white workers are still rewarded in the capitalist labor market simply by being non-black. The super-exploitation of national minorities produces surplus value which in part artificially elevates the wages of whites and some historical periods. Yet overall, racism allows the Marable 141 capitalists to perpetuate the exploitation of white workers, in such a manner that whites are collectively worse off than if racism in socio-economic relations did not exist. Racism gives many whites a false sense of security under capitalism, and obscures the essential dynamics of their own brutal suppression. All successful socialist revolutions that have occurred to date have had at least one basic factor in common: the majority of the population was won over to the immediate program of the revolutionaries, but in no way could the mass of anti-capitalist forces, considered as individuals, be considered truly Marxist in their personal praxis. Revolutions are generally won by rallying a decisive bloc of the populace against the status quo, the previously existing order of things. Let us review briefly, for example, the history of the Soviet Union in regard to sexism. In 1917 to 1918, the Bolshevik government advanced one of the most progressive and anti-sexist agendas with respect to the rights of women ever achieved. The majority of Bolshevik males, from Lenin to the local party cadre, promoted policies which seriously damaged Russian patriarchy. The honest Leninist male, counseled Marxist ideologue A.V. Lunacharsky, would rock the cradle so that his wife could go out to a meeting or study. However, an outward political commitment to oppose sexism did not mean that the majority of males within the society were not still deeply sexist. With the defeats of Trotsky and Bukharin, and the rise of Stalin, patriarchal relations returned with a vengeance. Hundreds of vocal feminists were murdered by the late 1920s, girls were also beaten and punished severely simply for attending the meetings of the women's clubs. The historical parallels regarding the race question in the U.S. should be obvious. White workers and Marxists may temporarily advance a militant program of anti-racism in the process of seizing state power. Racist white workers will find it beneficial, in terms of their own narrow material interests, to unite with black and Chicano workers in transforming the workplace. But the majority of white workers will continue to be affected psychologically, socially, and culturally by white supremacy for many years after monopoly capitalism ends. Revolting against capitalism does not directly translate as revolting against racism, particularly when many whites perceive themselves as unaffected by it. These pessimistic remarks, as Tabb would say, do not mean that racism cannot ever be destroyed. My point here is that most Marxists become economic determinists whenever the issue of race is discussed. As the primary victims of racism, blacks cannot afford to fall into this theoretical trap. A socialist America will contain millions of white workers who will embrace an anti-capitalist program, yet who will nevertheless act out their deeply ingrained racist practices within civil relations. It is 142. Even questionable whether revolutionary whites, when pressed to make difficult decisions under enormous pressures, will side with the interests of oppressed national minorities against any sizable opposite. And from white workers. Tabb's implication that the war of position against capital will transform racist white workers into racial and cultural egalitarians does not square with the history of previous social revolutions. The burden of American history is the legacy of race and class, and the intricate intermarriage between white supremacy and monopoly capitalism. To insist, as some dogmatic Marxists often do, that the transfer of the ownership of the means of production to the working class will create the material conditions for immediate biracial cooperation and social harmony, is to greatly underestimate the power of an idea, racism. Unless blacks, Chicanos, Puerto Ricans, and others have some measure of dual power after the revolution, the possibility of a cultural democracy, and the very existence of socialism itself may be lost. There remains one historical question that Tabb fails to address. Blacks are and are not Americans. Unlike the waves of European immigrants who obtained passage here, searching for religious freedom or economic prosperity, we came against our collective will. Historically, blacks have every reason to distrust America and to hate everything it stands for. Some blacks under socialism would seek to develop semi-autonomous or completely independent territories within this nation's boundaries. Others would want to be transported to a majority non-white third world country. White socialists may disagree politically with the various agendas that emerge from the black working class. But they must recognize that blacks historically have a legitimate right to assert their own self-determination. The specific institutional forms suggested in the Third Reconstruction are speculative, to be sure. Yet they are a statement of the material realities of U.S. history. Personally, I became a Marxist because I am convinced that black people cannot obtain freedom or self-determination under capitalism. I can sympathize with the struggles of non-blacks, but my decisive commitment remains to defending the interests of poor and working-class blacks. The real source of disagreement between Tabb and myself appears at first glance to be substructural, that is, ethnicity and racial relations under socialism, but it is actually an organic product of the material processes of race and class in mostly white America. Socialism must be international, yet all revolutions are profoundly national, and assume the shape of that nation's cultural/economic/political dynamics. If white socialists today cannot recognize the legitimate fears that many blacks and Latinos share that the prospective socialist nirvana will be achieved for whites only, what will unfold when socialism is actually won? Marable 143. The burden of proof rests with white Marxists, not with black workers and activists. It is not enough for Tabb to insist that we are talking about institution building in a society where those in the socialist leadership who are white are militantly anti-racist. We remember the racist betrayals of populists like Tom Watson and the early 20th century white suffragists. Racism circumscribes our collective history. Black people must judge socialism not by the promises of its white proponents, but on the basis of whether it will create real freedom. For the Division of Labor. Lead essay Joan Greenbaum. S.C. Laird. Cummings. Responses Jeremy Brecker. Stan Weir. Rejoinder Greenbaum and Cummings. Looking forward. Letters from Luke, Jane and Runya. 20 years after the revolution begins. Joan Greenbaum and Laird Cummings. Luke. Seattle, N.S. +20. February 20th. Dear Jane. Do you remember? Those exciting, exhausting months just before the revolution. You and Jason Fuller and I used to sit around for hours talking about the kind of society we wanted to build, the way we wanted to live our lives. And then you and I met again briefly some years after that at a meeting. There were so many meetings I have forgotten exactly when that was. Yes, it is your old comrade Luke writing you out of the blue. I ran across Jason last week here in Seattle and he gave me your address. It was terrific seeing him again, and we spent the evening together talking about how our lives today compare with what we had imagined then. Anyway, it's out of the excitement we shared that I am writing you, both to re-establish contact and to ask you to contribute to a project Jason and I dreamed up. You know that Jason works for the Library of the Revolution. Well, he thinks that he can persuade the Library Council to support research for a book comparing revolutionary dreams with reality. Maybe, if we can get a chain of letters going, we can write the book ourselves. So, what I am asking is that you try to describe your community and your life, with particular emphasis on how labor is divided in the 147, 148 home, on the job, and in the community. I am not interested in surveying how various communities have solved particular problems, like how to get the garbage collected, but more generally in how people live their lives and manage their activities. I know that this request is a tall order, so it is only fair that I try to tell you something of my life. First, 20 years ago, before the revolution began, much of Seattle's economy was either dependent on military production at Boeing or on a growing financial and commercial sector. A lot of economic planning and reallocation has taken place on a regional level with the aim of economic self-sufficiency balanced with ecological cooperation. One of the results has been the development of a lot of light industry like the furniture commune I work in. Actually, it is the redevelopment of the light industry which existed in the area before it came to be dominated by the aerospace industry before the revolution. The heavy industrial sector was converted right after the revolution to producing energy-efficient mass transit, and now supplies most of the Northwest with solar-powered monorail, tram, and shuttle car systems. The combined industrial strength of the region is able to support a high rate of social labor such as the community-based clinics and mobile health teams like the one Emma works in. You probably never met Emma, but you must remember my talking about her and our then-year-old baby Alex when we saw each other last. Emma has worked for the Regional Health Network since it was set up, and currently is organizing and giving a series of seminars on new care practices in midwifery to mobile health worker recruits. Alex is now 16 and is spending the year with a work group building a new rail system along the coast. He loves the work, and is planning to join one of the new environmental groups which will be organized next summer. Emma and I live in a large apartment complex built on Mercer Island before the revolution. There are about 500 households in the complex, which consists primarily of 2- and 3-bedroom units. We have added a number of new buildings to the complex for collective functions, including a new dining hall. Last year we decided to set up a dining commune which serves the entire community. Everyone works one 4-hour shift each week, sharing and rotating all the various tasks as equally as possible. The new system works very well, and has made the dining commons the center of community social life. Most of the people who live in the complex work in the nearby industrial district where the furniture commune is located, and all other essential services are available in the complex. For the most part, people need to travel only for leisure and community-wide activities. With the lower demand, our mass transit systems effectively provide most of our needs. Greenbaum and Cummings 149. Our residential complex has its own schools. Up to the age of 3, child care is available for all children primarily through community centers, but with provisions for home care as well. And administrative teams. The mass production teams are responsible for specific product lines. I am working with a team that makes kitchen cabinets for the new prefabricated housing being built for agricultural collectives in the western part of the state. The craft team I work with produces a variety of pieces, either by special order or from our own design. We share tools and skills and help each other out a lot. The administrative teams provide support for the production teams and the commune members. I work on the supple team, which is responsible for obtaining all resources required by the commune, from new capital to size 8 screws. Sharing all the different kinds of jobs which have to get done, we try to feel equally committed to carrying out the commune's production plan, and I think this probably helps. 150. Account for the commune's success. Nothing is ever left undone because someone feels it is not her or his job to do it. The commune has done /ER/WL, so well that it has exceeded regional production quotas in each of the last 4 years. Seattle is a very exciting place to be this year. We are in the middle of the length year review of our economic plan, and there is debate and discussion everywhere. The exceptional productivity of our commune has been a topic of debate on several levels. In community discussions of production goals, we have often been used as an example of the proper path to follow in achieving higher productivity. Our commune adopted a policy 5 years ago of automating all the dangerous, unpleasant, and boring jobs that we could. Most of the tasks selected for automation were either in the administrative or mass production areas. Our productivity in these tasks has certainly increased overall, freeing more workers for craft work or making it possible to reduce the total time worked. The policy seems to have worked well enough in the commune, but I am skeptical about wider applications. We may now spend fewer hours a week doing unpleasant work, but some of the time we still spend on mass production or administrative work is even less pleasant than it used to be. I'm not sure that fewer hours relating to machines is better than more hours relating to people. Besides, I don't think our productivity can be traced to technology alone. Our organization, our division of labor, our spirit, these features of our lives are more important than technology. Our work plan follows the national standard of a 30-hour work week for everyone 18 to 60 and 15 hours for people over 60. In addition, everyone has 6 hours of community service each week, on assignments which rotate yearly. This year, my assignment is really kind of fun. I am a caretaker of a small park in our neighborhood 1 day a week. Last year one of the teenage work groups helped build some housing in the park for our mini zoo, which now boasts 17 monkeys, including 3 babies. Next spring, the younger children are planning to plant a garden in another part of the park. People really use the park, so it is rewarding to work there. Our working hours and conditions are set by the collective, following the national guidelines on division of labor pretty closely. I spread my work time over 5 6-hour days, half of one of which I spend with the kids in the commune's activity center, and 1.5 of which I spend on supply team chores. The rest of the week I spend doing design and production work. That really isn't as much time as I would like to spend, and I often put in some extra time in the shop when I am working on an exciting project. I think that a lot of our high productivity is due to organizing our Greenbaum FC Cummings 151 jobs in ways that maximize our usefulness as human beings and producers, making use of all our talents and energies. Or at least we try to. But it isn't always clear what that way is. We are currently having a serious struggle in the commune over our production plan and about how to respond to the increased productivity. Some members want to shift the division of work from craft production to the more efficient mass production in order to expand distribution and income. The rest of the members are pretty evenly divided between wanting the opposite, to shift more work to craft production, and wanting to contribute more time to community service assignments and to furlough allowances. I favor the last policy. As the labor force grows and productivity rises, socialism can come into its full promise, turning more and more labor time to social improvement and to collective purposes, and at the same time increasing the time available for individual creativity. But only to the degree that we can learn to manage ourselves. The Furniture Collective has had a fairly successful experience with self-management in the last 10 years, both in economic results and in process. Most policy decisions are made by the Policy Council, which consists of elected representatives of the production and administrative teams. On questions where there is substantial disagreement, and on major issues like the Commune's production plan, only the Workers' Assembly can make final decisions. At times like the present, with the big struggle over the production plan, no decision is likely until some form of compromise can be reached. Officially, major decisions require at least a 2/3 majority. The policies set by the Assembly and Policy Council are carried out by the coordinating committees of the work teams, which see to the organization of tasks, arrangement of work schedules, and planning. Workers spend 3 months on these committees every 2 years. These coordinating committees do enough of the routine administrative work so that we have been able to keep the number of workers assigned full-time to administrative chores under 5%. Someday we hope to be able to eliminate even these remaining technical and administrative roles, and we have steadily reduced their number as the coordinating committees have gained experience, but vestiges of the old division of labor do linger on. The practice of management in the collective is not quite as democratic as the plan, and I spend a lot of time on a committee established by the Workers' Assembly to propose impro/iments. We have collective organization, majority control, high participation in self-management, good communication, but we have all these less perfectly than we would like. Making decisions by 2/3 majorities is way short of full consensus, but we haven't found